Yo, what's going on, everybody? Let me get over into where's my Zoom at? Okay, I can see y'all now. What's up, everybody? Appreciate y'all hopping on here. It's a
What?
little
Hey,
change.
what's up? How you doing?
Doing good, Sean. Nice to see you, brother. Hopefully, it's gonna be beneficial for you today. I got my stuff moved over there. Actually, got the cool updates. I'm gonna be living out of my, bringing out of my studio. It's gonna be dope. I'm excited.
What's up, Chad?
Hey, how you doing, Jalen? Good to see you, brother.
Doing good, man. Good to see you too. Ready to learn.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I'm actually started over. I'm gonna have you all go into the chat because I want you all to share your information, do all the cool stuff. All right. There's been a lot of interesting things happening, for sure. And let me see. Yeah, just want to have quick reflection. Been a interesting week, interesting couple weeks actually. With everything that's been going on in the world, going on in just where is this? Why my thing feeling so loose? Feeling loose. It's been an interesting couple days, and a lot of times we get caught up in all of this world and we don't even take time to take a moment. Don't take a moment. So I'm gonna do some sharing today on a number of things actually to kind of shift a perspective. You know what I mean? Just to who we are, just as on a human level as well as a business level. It's hard for me sometimes to actually separate the two. That's a conversation I have when it comes to business and personal, because everybody that I do business with in terms of partnerships and stuff like that is actually like I'm cool with them, and that don't normally happen in business. A lot of times you don't be that. Um, and then you got to handle stuff always in business as well too. So don't think that's like a personal and just person is person in business. But sometimes things happen with them too, to where you take on their stuff. That's what I've learned. That's what I've dealt with one partner in particular too, that they've had things and finding out more and more about them just through conversation that uh, they're kind of slipping a little bit in terms of memory or health, stuff like that, which is um, that's heavy when it comes to business and partnerships, y'all. Trust me, because you got to deal with it a certain way. You got to have paperwork, like all of this stuff, man. It'd be confusing, because you thinking it's another way. You come to find out it's like, yo, this is something that's happening with them. And it'd be sad too. You know what I mean? To be honest with you. Like again, I'm a real human type of individual, man. So if I rock with you, I really rock with you. Sorry, excuse me the vernacular. So if I say like rock with you, I mean like I'm with you. Just my nature, man. It's how I was raised. So it's hard for me to do anything other. So, but man, I do want to like have a intro. Again, I appreciate y'all hopping on. This is gonna be like super informative. I got a few things I want to show you all. Um, I had a death in the family too. So it's been one of those days, last couple of days, and then it's another friend of mine, her mom passed away, and then that was another thing. But how it goes, man, this world gonna keep spinning, man. Like legit. And what I've had to like really, really wrap my head around was when I lost my mom. I lost my mom, my dad, my grandmother's, like everybody. It's like it's gone. My mom and my grandmother raised me. My dad was there too, but he wasn't in the house. So he was definitely there as well. But man, when you lose that, well, I'm gonna say me. I don't know if people relationships with their mom and their dad and stuff like that. that's kind of deep, you know, and it's something that you don't easily get over with like that. Like just being transparent. Like it's days where it's like, man, you know, where you in it like a little, you got to shake out of that thing just to keep again keep moving because the world gonna keep spinning and you still here for a reason too. You know that dash, like I say, that dash between your end date, your born date, and your end date. You know, we still live in that dash. So that's something that I haven't been able to talk to you because again I don't have really the words, even though I've experienced exactly what she's going through right now on a whole on that level. And then when you see the news of your another family member passed away, kind of like dang, you know, it puts in perspective, man, of what life is, as well as just what we're dealing with in this country, man. It's a lot of freaking division when you look at it, right? And that stuff I truly feel it's by design. What the design is for, I have no idea. I can't tell you that part of it. But it's no way that you would want us at odds. You know, when people start calling each other directions, you left, you right, like that's a direction. You know what I mean? That's so confusing to me. I'm not used to that, but it's what's happening in this. And then when you see the stuff that happened with the guy that got killed, Mr. Charlie Kirk made arrest, it was mixed opinions with that stuff, man. I was never gonna celebrate a death of anybody. I don't care who or what. You know, it's just what it is because good for good, bad for bad. That can happen to who you champion as your political leader or your voice or whoever. Is like that. And he had a wife, he had kids, he had, you know, and nobody should get killed for their opinion too, you know, no matter. And I'm again, of course, I'm black, right? So throughout history, I've lost our leaders, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, all these guys, right? So, and it's the same goes for them. You they shouldn't be killed for what they believe in or what whoever believes in. I don't care what you are. You know, I'm the type that I can tune you out if I don't believe in it. Don't mean I'm gonna harm you or whatever. And it's done created this whole narrative. And I'm saying it because it's friends. It's literally friends that I know that's like really at odds either with each other or like unfollowing each other. It's like crazy, man, based off of just what just transpired. And it's a whole lot of stuff that's done transpired too that got you don't even hear about, you know? You don't even hear about it. Like right where I'm at, Charlotte, the guy just stabbed the lady for no reason on a train. Just killed her, like for no reason at all. Right. Um, People with the same day, a kid shot two kids in Colorado. Like that's just under the rug. Like this stuff is those are kids, you know, and they don't talk about that stuff in terms of what can we do as a people, right? That's the reason why I'm voicing, not to somber the mood. I'm gonna lift this up in a minute, y'all. Don't worry about it. But it's I think us like in this collective little small few, as well as what I use my platform for to speak like positive stuff, man. Um, to kind of like it got to take a collective effort for what we're dealing with. Cause in business, you're gonna deal with everybody, man. 100%. You don't know what that person's political affiliations are or what their gender is, like sexuality. Like you ain't thinking about that if you selling products or going to buy a house or a transaction. You're just thinking about how you trying to close the deal as well as trying to take care of your family. I don't I'm not thinking about that. You know what I mean? So I don't know how it spills over into our everyday life to make us do what we're doing. So hopefully we can kind of get past that. My little role is to do whatever I can accordingly, speak of it accordingly. And from my points of view, I'm just a small person on a speck on this huge planet, man. But collectively, you can make a strong fist. So sorry about that, guys. It was on my mind. Yeah, you're right, Elizabeth. It's so sad. Like honestly, you know. And again, I've dealt with so much coming up in my life. I'm from the South. You know what I mean? So in the South, you deal with all types of stuff but I never let my heart become hateful. That's the beauty that I can say within me, within just family and stuff like that. We never let that grow like that. My grandmother was the head of us in terms of spirituality, what she rooted us in terms of belief, and that ain't a part of belief, you know. So I'm super thankful for how I came up, man, and to allow me to just to block out all the noise and try to do what I can until it's over with. We getting out of here one day. I can promise you that. You know what I mean? So, but until then, we gonna live. We gonna get to it. That's my mindset. Anything else to come with it, he said, I got the strength to bear it. As long as I know I was doing good intentions with it, I'm okay. I promise you. I can live with anything come with anything to happen. As long as I know I have great intentions and no harm come from what I'll set out to do. As long as I'm doing that, I feel I'm gonna be all right at the end. So today we're gonna get to it in that vein. I said I'm gonna literally like switch it up and try to serve as much as possible on this Zoom and do something a little different. So the whole thing that I was setting people up, you all, was to show you how you should go have your business. A lot of you all know this stuff already. Well, I don't know. I know Max does. I've been knowing Max for a while. Johnny, he definitely knows. Jalen's kind of new still. Shauna just met and Liz just met. I appreciate them. They always on my Zooms. I look forward to figuring out what I can do more for them. You know, I like people to kind of support because this is a level of support, believe it or not. I don't know if y'all realize that, you know, even if we're not even selling nothing or whatever. I just like to do this stuff um, and help and other people that want to do stuff. So, but when you thinking of this business in general, right? At some point, you had an idea of what you wanted to curate. You had an idea what you wanted your life to look like in regards to this business, in regards to just life period. It ain't gotta have nothing to do with it. Business is like an add-on, right? It's an add-on to what you have visually for yourself. You know, hold on, let me take this off. I spilled some freaking grease on my shirt. It's cold in my house, and I got a hoodie on. I know y'all looking like, why this man got a hoodie on this? Because it's cold in here. Legit. But I spilled something on my shirt while doing something. So I ain't want to look crazy. Look inappropriate like I'm sloppy or something. So I put it back on. Sorry guys. I'm not really like a sloppy person, trust me. But you had an idea of like what you wanted that to look like in terms of just your how you wanted to curate it. I akin it to like when you were little and you used to just had this wild imagination, you know. So it's just as times went on, that imagination got dimmed because of life, right? You grew up and the different experiences, different things make you not look at the world different, you know, and you lost that sense of imagination. When you think of an adult or one who you can see that manifests a lot, they always talking positive. They ain't thinking about the negative side of it. They're trying to really embrace that level of confidence, and they always talk about the dreams that they have. You know, wildest dreams type stuff, and that's what I try to tap into even as an adult. Like, so an adult, you got other stuff. Myself personally, you have a marriage, you have kids, you have so those are responsibilities within themselves, and it's other people in the family look to you for other things and all of this. So it's different, but it still got to find that room to still like visualize and like dream. I know it sounds like super freaking simple, but a lot of people forget that. And then when stuff happens in life, like similar stuff I talk about, it knocks you off from what you already had those dreams and had hopes and aspirations for. And I think it's important, like super important, to understand that everything has a season and a reason, and it's by his design. If you believe in God or not, if you believe in universe, that's cool too. That's your preference. Is that everything is by a certain design, 100%, right? So that means that we just walking into it. That's how I look at it. It's been proven that energy in our cells is just high levels of energy vibrating real fast and taking shape, right? So as long as you can tap into what they call a frequency and stay on that frequency, you hear Oprah talk. Anybody that's real wealthy, they always talk about it. Staying on that frequency, not too high, not too low, but like right there, is how you attract those things that's for you. Because they truly don't know if you want it or you don't want it. That's why it's important what you think about. So when you think of businesses, when I started mine, I started a wholesale business before I even done a wholesale deal, right? I went into the LLC and just done it. And trust me, that thing is still existing today and is not good. You would never want to set it up like the way you see my stuff. Promise you, you know. But I didn't know what I know. I just said, hey, if this is what I believe I'm gonna do, I gotta be ready, you know. So I created LLC and I went and got a bank statement and I mean a bank account. And of course you got to get an EIN to get your bank account. I've done all of these things totally wrong, right? But it worked. A little after that is when I got my first deal. I still got it in Memphis Real Estate. I think it's called Memphis Real Estate Investor Group, something like that. And you'll see it. You can just type it up. You see my name pop up with this old house that's tore up, and then in the comments just laughing at me and everything, because I basically made a ton of mistakes. You know what I mean? I comped it wrong. I didn't know the area, tons of stuff, right? But I learned from the people in the comments. I know a guy named Brandon. I never forget his name. I never forget that person because he helped me. He said, no, you don't want to use this house because it's a hood house, I mean government, so the comps is gonna not be off. It crossed over a major highway, a major road, all of the things. So I learned a lot from that deal. And then so each deal I got better and better and better. But a person can easily look at that and be like, man, this ain't gonna work. This is like not how I kind of visualize it. Now understanding every obstacle leads to the bigger thing. That's why I don't trip about a deal if a deal goes south or a relationship sours or nothing like that. I keep in mind that you got the one the strength to bear it, like you can really carry it, but also it's preparing you for the greater thing. That's all it is. That's why you don't look at losses as losses, but as lessons. So that inspired me. Like once I started learning about all this stuff, it was a group of that start. I actually started one with Prime before too, and when I done it, it was like really expensive. Cause again, I only know you only know what you know at the end of the day, right? And it was like really expensive. So like it can't be. I didn't know it was expensive until I met other people that was doing it, another company, and that's when I bought into them. They actually um, got the equity out of it and joined them, and then learned like yeah, it don't have to be that way. Yeah, they got me for from thousands. They tried to get my other friend for 10 grand, like true story. And they gave her money back because they knew like she was gonna like sue. She was gonna really like write all types of stuff. I don't want to get in there because it'll sound like I'm bashing. And I don't want to do that. But they literally gave her money back. It was 10,000 they charged her. Um, but certified man, it showed me that it doesn't have to be like that when you break all of it down. I guess it's cause of the overhead. I don't know, and it made me see like, oh shoot, it ain't really like this alone. They just paying for the anonymity of it. You know, that's what I want. That's more important to me because two things helps you in business too. As you grow, you're gonna get larger, and as the larger you go, you're gonna be susceptible to lawsuits. It's just a part of the game. I don't heard of what people say you ain't even made it until you get sued about something. Yeah, I pray that I don't even get to that point like that, like because that's just different. But I done had people to try to like try and sue companies though, like oh you should have did this and that, and it's just basically disgruntled stuff, but you don't want to go through that stuff. So, but when you anonymous and you got it set up the right way, it sets you up for funding too, right? So for real estate, to get like really good business funding, you won't say that you are a real estate investor, right? It's too turbulent, you know. You want to say something like you are a general administrator, general management, and consultant. It makes it broad. So now you are a broad thing, right? So you can say I help educate people, which is you're not lying. Like I do. You help people with their businesses as well as manage other people things. So it's more broad. It helps you when you go into the bank. So a little cheat code. You ever go into there? They going when they ask you that question, they're basically going what you call NAICS code, NAICS code, right? That code is basically what they're going to classify your business as. And if you say like I'm just investor, I fix and flip, that's kind of turbulent. That's like they don't know how to really fund that. That can go left or right. But when you broad, it opens you up to more questions of, oh yeah, he can do this, he can do that, do all of the things. And I learned that from a business funding person actually, you know, about that code. So I'm not telling you something that I myself don't do. I won't never do that, honestly. I won't if I'm not doing something, I'm not about to sit here and talk to you about it. So I'm gonna actually bring them on at one point. It's one company that I actually helped me with business funding. That's one of the things that's been one of my things I've been trying to do. And they basically start with like credit stacking and credit lines of credit on your EIN on your business, basically. So pretty cool stuff. I'm gonna bring them in. They trying to make it to where I can share some type of link because I know the owner person, so I can't give it cell phone number. You know what I mean? So he's trying to figure out how to just have something to y'all to go through and you can connect with like his team rather than just him. Um, but anyway, so with Certified Business Pro, and I don't know, again, I don't know who all have it, but I will just, if I can find it, I have a PowerPoint. Um, I ain't gonna go through the entire thing, but it's some people that was asking me about it. That's why I'm actually talking about it right now. So let me see. I don't know if I can, let me see if I can share this screen on this side. I really just talk about it real fast, just to show y'all what that means. Because when you think of certified business pro, let me see. Can I share this screen too? Let me see. Content only. Y'all can't see this, right? You can just see me. Okay. Okay, let me stop sharing for a second. Can y'all see this? All right, perfect. I wonder if it's still showing. It probably is. I don't know. So they created this kind of give you a quick overview of why, like in certified business pros of people, whatever. But I'm getting a trust too set up. So what's important about trust? If y'all don't know what's important about them is you are this is wealthy people stuff that I learned this stuff from too, like way freaking wealthier than me. Is when they have a trust, you basically are like shielded from like probate, like your transfer and state taxes are super low. Where in the bill that just passed, it lowered that like really low too already. But you will have this own like your holding companies, and your holding company owns your LLCs, and you want to go out of Delaware and Wyoming for your holding companies, right? You got to have a state of LLC. If you operate in North Carolina LLC have to be doing that business, or you got to go through a lot of different forms. You got to do like foreign entities and stuff like that. But a trust is where you're going to put all your insurance policies, your like 401k, yeah, like everything. I don't say 401k, that can be held by the LLCs too. But yeah, your 401ks and all of that stuff, properties, everything. Your trust owns it and controls it. Because again, your name is nowhere on it. It's kind of what they say: control everything and own nothing. Right? You controlling everything through these entities, and they helping me do this as well. And of course, your holding company is the reason why you go out of Delaware and Wyoming. 100%. Trust me on that. Because it's anonymity. You can only, like you see the filing, you can't see no other thing on there except that. And of course, your operation LLCs. And this is kind of how we go. I'm not going to get too much against this for sure. But this is technically how you would do your business, right? If you have a CEO, then managers, etc., then your people on the floor. It goes all the way down. It's kind of the same thing. We have a strategic setup with a company that's your company, and you have it set up properly. You're able to now to move, manage. It's asset protection right here, as well as privacy, tax efficiency, operational flexibility, financial and strategic, right? So, for example, I'm gonna be giving myself a W-2 from one of my companies, right? So now that can make me look like, okay, I've been holding this job for since I started the LLC, and I'm gonna file taxes on it, and I can get paid. I can now apply for like loans if I wanted to, under the premise of I work for this company, you know. So that's the cool thing about when you pay yourself from the holding company, you don't pay yourself from the LLC. LLC gets the money, and the holding company holds the money. It's the one that pays you, and it holds like the ass holds the financials, so you can do a good accounting. And again, you got to pay yourself something, because if you are writing everything off And now you go and try to say buy a house worth $300,000, 400,000. Like how you bought that with, like you wrote all the money off, you know. So you got to be strategic in that as well, like how you actually doing your money when you get to that point. And this is just going into like trust. I do another thing on this at one point. I'm actually got some people want me to like really break all of this stuff down. And it was someone that was asking that was gonna come on here. That's why I'm literally doing it. They'll probably see a recording of it of this later. And that's why I'm actually going through it because I don't even think they're on here. But this stuff again, the trust is the top is at the top of all of this, you know. It's what everybody holds their stuff in, their assets, everything. You can't test this trust. It's impenetrable. You can't do nothing to it. While you're here, you can have a revocable trust, and then of course when you pass, it turns into irrevocable, and you have instructions inside of there. Whether you are letting it be, like it says right here, a family company, which is like a family office, right? And all of those people are saying this is what we are doing to maximize these assets of the Glover Trust, right? And it's all you can see the beneficiaries and stuff. They talking to them on how to plan, actually giving you, they truly advising you on stuff. You know, these are the goals, right? If you have the goal of passing down and wealth management, or it don't have to be tens and millions of dollars and none of that. But whatever your idea of what that look like, you want to have it set up to where it actually helps them and sets them up in the best way possible. And this is the cool setup. Like this is they go deeper into that when you get into like the family offices or people that you have managing your wealth while you pass away. I won't just leave it into some of the management companies that's dealing with like stocks and stuff like that, because a lot of times their fees are really high, and the market goes up and down. So I don't care if it go up or down, they still getting paid, and your money will be lowering. Like I know this from experience from people that done it, and they lost a lot from you know what was happening over the years, ever since COVID and all of that, right? So I would deal with people that can diversify, like really put it in stuff that kind of holds and be, you know, had a nest egg, so to speak. And then it talks about the holding companies. Of course, just like I stated, I have a holding company that holds the active, which is like wholesaling. Intellectual can be like my trademarks and stuff. And then of course, properties that you have, investment property and stuff like that. Our liability assets can be like different types of companies. This is just like risk averse. You just have those, all of those things you just want to have in the holding company. That takes your name off of it. It don't make you, if you get sued, they can't sue your personal. So your personal separates itself from the business. Super, super important. And then of course the LLCs, right? That's what everybody kind of know. And even these holding companies are LLCs. They just in Wyoming and Delaware. And the difference between the two, and we'll get into that, uh, is some little differences in them. And when you think of like the LLCs, the operational flexibility of them. So I have a wholesaling company, then I have a buy and held company, then I have a management company. Right, all of them is separate, and then each one of them I can write off separately when it comes to taxes too. You know, so you want to have those different. It don't mix and match the money, and don't like commingle funds either. You know, because again, if you get sued and they can prove that you commingle, now they can go off your personal because they show how you was using it for your personal expenses. So it's super important that you think like that. And then Delaware, of course, um, the difference is like the both of them own the names not disclosed as Delaware. This is one I use more than anything. And they got, because as you can see, well developed corporate law and a specialized judiciary. So Delaware is like you can't see nothing on there. It's so much to the point that anytime you go open up an LLC, I mean, excuse me, a bank account, and your LLC is owned by this Delaware company, they want to see your operating agreement, right? And the crazy thing about operating agreement, like you can literally change that thing today, change it again next week, change it again, like you know. So it is not that deep, but for their to meet their criteria, you gotta have it, you know, especially if you got If you got a partner, then yeah, that's different. Of course, it's gonna be like laid out. But um, my stuff is only me on holding companies. On LLCs, I might have a partner. You know, so that's different. That's how you can show your half as well by being a sole owner of your LLC or however you may have a wife or husband that's attached to your stuff too, and they have to sign for stuff or get it to where you can sign yourself. I have that issue coming up too, where I have to bring her in or just have it signed off because she's an owner of one of my LLCs, a partner. And then this is the stuff we talked about the privacy protection and all of this stuff. It goes into, like I say, your identity is super not disclosed on no public records. No business and person is mixed up. No ownership, all of this stuff. Non-disclosure is they can't know who you are. It's like super important. And so we're just gonna put all of this stuff together, and then I'm gonna show y'all what mine will look like. Once I get mine done, finished with the trust. I haven't done the trust. That's what's getting done now, and it look definitely all like this. But it's and as you grow, it's gonna branch out. You're gonna add on all of these companies like this tree, you know, and they just show more and more stuff that you want to get into if you end up getting into all of the stuff, however you want to go. So you can contact them, certified business pro at gmail.com, and they will basically hook you up with it'll basically be a call and basically go over this a little in depth because there's some stuff inside here I didn't touch on. Um, that goes a little more in depth with stuff and just get you set up and you'll see the difference in what I call the startup cost. You know, super way less. So I had to show that just for the recording. Now let's get into some cool stuff. Let me attach my iPad on. We're going through, and I had an idea of doing this, but I say because of things and how it transpired within the last couple of days. I'm like, man, I'd rather just go through and show you what it looks like when it comes to, especially someone like Jalen. Jalen is kind of new. I think Elizabeth hadn't done a lot of it as well. Sean haven't done a lot, as well as Anna. I think her name is Anna. Yeah, yeah. She got a different name on Facebook. Yeah, she anonymous. But I don't know if I can share this. Pretty cool. And I'm gonna have some of y'all wanna ask questions and stuff. And I'm gonna break down one of the deals I'm working on now, how you can get these types of deals too. That's super important. I think the easiest way that you can do deals is make yourself known. I know that sounds like super simple, but somebody don't. A lot of people don't do it. You know, you don't have to. You don't have to even know like a ton of stuff. As long as you're making yourself known that this is what you are doing, people start connecting with you because they may have deals or they may to they may need to want to get with you to kind of learn. So during that time, you can actually start teaming up with them on stuff. You know, just by me start doing a little social media stuff, I started like getting houses and stuff from that, like um wholesale deals, types all types of stuff. Just come from social media. It's a house I owned it and I'm gonna fix and flip it. I've never even met the dude who I got the house from. He just was a wholesaler, didn't know what to do with it. And I locked it up creatively, gave him a fee for him, showed him what I was doing. Like he learned like how I was doing it. This deal that I got from what is it at? Rocky Mount. This one I'm from Rocky Mount. Where the Charlotte one? The Charlotte one is from an agent that I was helping out. Rocky Mount one about that hopefully we get it locked up. We just need it. We gotta have a go through the paperwork or something like that. And because she's older, if it's a wholesaler that don't know what to do, they don't have any equity. So now the wholesaler get 10,000, the seller get like 10. Then we just split like 10. The wholesaler will split that 10, whatever, and take care of Johnny too, but Johnny right there at it too, so he know a little bit about this deal. So from that, and I don't look to be getting like a ton of money from stuff either. To y'all, that's kind of how I think. You know what I mean? I rather like you can easily offer really high entry fees on stuff because it's such a low interest rate. It's 2.75 interest rate. You know what I mean? And that's kind of like hard to come by right now. You'll never get it walking to a bank no more, right? But to get those right now, you can literally oh, Johnny just said the contract sign. He sent me a text. I just seen that text. So I didn't know I ain't even got it yet. I gotta get it from you, John. But uh, so but yeah, when you think of creative finance and this stuff, man, it's a game changer. Like legit. It's a freaking game changer. So how did I get this deal? Let me show it to you all. See, I don't think I'm just but I don't know. I don't think you think I'd be lying, but I'll show you anyway. Where's my desktop? Oh, I don't have it. Let me open up a tab. Oh, I have a tab right here. All right. And I'm gonna break this down. So we're gonna get active, y'all. Don't even worry about it. Where's my share? Okay. So I'm gonna put what's the address? 3064 Richwich. I think that's it. Oh, that ain't it. What's the address, Johnny? 3064, 3046. I don't have it on me right now. Hold on. I may have it saved though. I thought it was 3460. Hold on, y'all. 3604. I had the numbers backwards. 3604. All right. I'm gonna have to edit this for YouTube because they hold on. I think I'm on YouTube. They gonna freaking ban me. You can't show addresses on YouTube. So you can see this house. Let me see. It may show it right here too. No, it's saying 3.69. So it's not this interest rate anymore. She actually got it to a 2.75. You can see right here it says a 2.71, but it's actually a 2.75. No open loans, just that one. And it has like I'm gonna have to figure out how to edit this in YouTube. Like almost a half acre. There's nothing wrong with this house, like it's like ready to go. Just of course lived in, but it's like trust me, it's nothing wrong with it. Hold on, I'm gonna have to come out of this because they gonna ban me. I just wanted to show y'all the house. All right, let me get out of there for a second. And then I'm gonna show my thing. But yeah, the FYI YouTube, if you show addresses and stuff, yeah, that send you a notice. All right, let me show you what I did with it and what I'm gonna do with it and how you can do the same thing. Like legit. Where's my iPad? Okay, there you go. Mm, 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 mm. Mm. All right, move this over. So what's the ways? I may let y'all unmute yourself because this is gonna be easier and more interactive. If you're thinking of it's a number of ways to kind of do this, right? When I got the property, it come from a wholesaler, right? So how do I meet the wholesaler? What's some of the ways? And let me look at the chat because this is again so easy that anybody can do this. And this is literally how I did this and how I'm ending up with this deal. And I can keep it. There's a reason why I'm not keeping. I'll get into that in a second. What are some of the freaking ways that you can find wholesalers? Some of the like easiest ways that you can do this. You can't stand. Well, let me give you a hint. You can't be in the house all day. I can tell you that right now. You can't stay in the house and think you can just do this business. I stay in the house and do a lot of it because my office is here, and I go out, but I still network too. Let me look at the thing. Bandit signs. That's one. So that let me. Oh my God, these are some freaking good ones. Bandit signs. Let me tell you how to really maximize these bandit signs. These are like cheat codes people don't do. I did it today trying to. I was gonna record myself doing it, but the person didn't even pick up. How you gonna have a bandit sign with your number? You don't even answer the phone. That's kind of like productive. You wasting money. So you got meetups. What else did y'all put up here? Door knocking. Okay, so door knocking wouldn't be a way that you would meet a wholesaler. That's the way that you would get a deal, right? That's how you would get a deal. Social media, 100%. Social media is a definite 100%. So the top ones where I found this one that was actually from a meetup, but also from the meetup when I first met her in person, she found me on social media. First place she ever seen me at was on social media. And then people was talking about me on social media. Then I seen her at a meetup where I was like educating on some stuff. So don't take freaking social media as like, oh, title companies too. So with title companies, it's title company is if when it comes to title company, it's like the next level stuff because you have to be talking to them. You have to like have a deal done or a couple of deals or whatever. And you can just start having those relationship when you go in on. That's why I used to choose to go into the closings a lot because I wanted to talk to the paralegals. And then I got in touch. I got cool with the attorney and they would just tell me about certain people that's doing deals or when they have deals that they want me to like try to wrap for them or wholesale or whatever. They do this business too. They just ain't in there watching us close deals and thinking they ain't gonna get a part of it, right? So they be doing deals too. So title company is good and definitely Facebook groups, 100%. Like that's why my goal for this year is to really grow that free Facebook group because my goal is to make this stuff like out of Samosi. I want to like remove the paywall, and if it is a paywall, it is super cheap, like his stuff. I'm pretty sure everybody know who out of Samosi is. If you got any of his books and all of that stuff, it's like free. I ain't gonna say free game. It costs like $30 or $40 for the book, but man, that stuff you'll pay thousands of dollars for. I promise you, just from his books. And he do a one in person thing, but the cool thing is that when you go do the one in person thing, he actually trying to grow you in order to invest in you, and that's like 5 grand. I think that's pretty cheap to be around him and what he doing. But anyway, not to get too deep in it. So Facebook groups for sure, 100%, 1,000,000% actually is Facebook groups. Just put yourself out there. When you think of how to maximize, um, take this out, a wholesaler or a bandit sign, you can literally you go past these signs every day. We buy houses. Those are 100% wholesalers because we know the game. And that game, that bandit sign is what I actually looked at as a younger person, like in my teenage years, like early 20s, teenage years, early 20s. I used to looking like who are those people because I was trying to get them to teach me. I used to look for anybody out of place that were coming through my neighborhood and know that okay, this is part of that investor or whoever these is buying these houses. Not knowing it was wholesalers. I found there was wholesalers just from Mark Whitten did a Breakfast Club interview. He said, those times we buy houses, those are wholesalers. They basically take a piece of paper to a seller, take another piece to the title company, and they get the difference. And I was hooked ever since then. That's literally how my journey started on this path right here. From me walking in my room, cleaning it up while I'm playing the Breakfast Club on the computer. That's crazy when you think about it. You know what I mean? That literally kicks out my journey. But it didn't start there. I planted the seed later on because I had a vision like I'm gonna get these houses one day. I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. I didn't have a clue how I was gonna do it. I just had a belief, you know. And it attracted me to listen to that freaking wholesale interview. But when you think of these bandit signs, how much is there a cheat code, right? Because a lot of times there's a couple things gonna come from them. They gonna already have they gonna already have they gonna have the deal already. I have it locked up. They had a deal already locked up. Only thing you doing is present yourself two ways. You saying that you are like the buyer, which you can be, because that's how I was going to present it to them. Like, hey, if you get deals at this, I'm gonna buy. But if you don't, if you have something that's just hard, I don't get. I have people that may buy it because we all buy different. You know, that's literally the conversation I was gonna have for him. But I was going to see what he had, and then begin the conversation of the relationship, trying to get the relationship. So when you ride past those bandit signs, man, that's literally like zero marketing dollars. They've already spent the marketing on the bandit sign, and they are wholesalers, even though they're saying they buy it. Now, somebody in that group may be starting to fix and flip, and if that's the case, it's just a conversation. What's your buy box? What is? I don't like using that word buy box. I think it's so common because mine is so big. You know, if I'm saying North Carolina, like anywhere, I think we can kind of fix and flip it if it's at a certain price point in this market. But you can ask them that, and they'll tell you what they want to buy and all of the things. And then if they don't, right? If they are just wholesaling, then you can have a whole buyer's list, right? You can build up a buyer's list to where you can take their deals and make $5,000 off of them just from their deals, just by assigning it to your buyers, right? Because they reached out to you and you reached out to them saying you are the buyer. So they're gonna send you the deal locked up, you're gonna send you the contract where it's at. That's why you want to be proactive in terms of your business. So if you wholesaling, you don't want to start marketing. You know what I mean? You want to start trying to build up a buyer's list because who's going to buy the deal whenever you get it locked up? So important. Like to think like that. Don't wait until you got the deal. Be proactive with who's going to buy the deal so you'll know if it's a deal to them or not. Because a lot of deals that you're going to find that people lock up won't be deals. You know, like Sean, he sent me a deal the other day from a wholesaler, right? He was bird dogging. He got some deals from him. But when I looked at the deal, I tried to explain like why it's not a deal. Because again, people lock deals up and they just trying to see what stick. You know what I mean? They just say, hey, it may work for somebody, you know, but it 9 times 10 don't be a deal. But what I do, I don't just tell the person who sent me the bad deal that yo, it's not a deal. I try to educate them a little bit, right? And what that'll do is separate you from everybody else. Like just don't tell, oh, it's not a deal. Tell them why. Like just take a little time out and just tell them why it's not a deal, and like break it down. Like if you're using hard money, for example, say let's do this math right quick. Say you got a $300,000 property, and people will buy your holding your 100% of your properties right now, like with hard money and private money, they will literally do that right now. But just say if they don't, you got times 80 equals 240, right? So that means, so what I'm doing right here, this 240 is how much they give you. They giving you 80% of the total purchase price. You got to come with 20%, right? So that means now you got to come with 60,000. Where you going to get this $60,000 from if you don't have it? Private money in the property, right? So say if they charging you, some people have been charging 18% for your information. Some people actually charge 25% for bridge loan. Like it's like Wild Wild West right now. I can promise you. So, but 60%, just say 12%. Say they want 12% off that 60,000. That right there is 7,200. So remember this number, 7,200. Now this is your $300,000 purchase price. Now say if it needs 50,000 for rehab, right? 350, right? So 350 to do all of them. Now, this is what you'll see coming to you, and this is what I've been seeing from a lot of people, is that they'll see this 350 and they may see something like this, ARV of 450,000. And they'll think that they have like $100,000 or at least $50,000 to play with, right? What happens is if this thing right here goes for say 3-4 months, you got light bills. If this money isn't just a flat 12%, it got fees every month. But this 240,000, it definitely got fees every month because that's probably hard money. So you're not factoring in if this 240,000, just say it's at 9%. I'm gonna do something like super easy. 21,000, I'm say divided by 12. Oh, that's a bad 12. It ain't gonna pick that up. Let me just write it right here. I'm showing you how to underwrite, y'all. Sorry, I ain't gonna stay on this too long because a lot of people on here know how to underwrite. So if that's 21,600 and it's divided by 12, that's 1,800, right? So 21,000. Okay, yeah. So if they charging you this every month on that, did I do that right? Yeah, that's 9%, 216. It's the total of 9, and it's 12 months in a year. Boom, boom. Okay, 18. So you got that as a holding cost every month, right? So you say 1,800 times just say 3 months. This is the money that you done kicked out. You done put out $5,400. So you got 5,400 plus 7,200, right? So you already know you got 12,600 because remember, where was that? Oh, it was right here. Just 60,000. This where the 7,200 was at. So we got we got 7,200 right here. Plus you got 1,800 and it's time just 3 months. That's 12,600. So you got 12,600 that you already got to give back on top of the 350, right? Hold on. Uncle blowing me up. And then it's points sometimes. And it's I think like go really, really deep, but I ain't trying to like just think they'll charge you 2 points also for this money, right? So they want 2% off of this money too, you know. So that's another fee you gotta add in. So when people are underwriting it, they're just looking at just like okay, you can buy it at 350, but okay, I got like 50 or 100 grand. And that don't be a deal to a lot of people. Because once you start saying 350, and know that stuff goes over all the time. So if you calculating 50,000, 9 times out of 10 it's not going to be 50,000 when you're done. I can promise. I just did a rehab. We calculated it up to be 80, 50, like 60. I think it was like 60 to 80 grand. That thing came up to be 100 and like 30. Think about that. That's like way off because as we kept going, it became the furnace running out. That like stuff like that kind of went out as we kept going, you know. So trust me, that number ain't gonna is not gonna same. I did that on every flip rehab I've ever done. I've never had the exact calculation. You won't be way over, you know, but like that was like we were way over. Like it went crazy. We had painters that painted the house, they painted with the wrong paint, so the paint was peeling. So that means we had to literally paint it over. So that's paying 2 painters for the same job, for example. The back door had to replace is in a high neighborhood, so you had to replace the door to make it look a certain way, right? So that was a door. That was oh shit. That's a whole another story I'm gonna do on that too. I got that coming. I'm gonna break that whole thing down to show you like how I basically won't make money. Make some money, but not what it would have been. It was like a $200,000 flip, 100%. But the market shifted. Remember, okay, we're gonna get. I ain't gonna deviate, but I'm gonna get into that. Why you want to take quick flips and not those long ones? So you doing 350,000, and you saying times say point 90. I'm gonna say point 90. Some people say point 92 because it's 3% both ways. Seller's agent, buyer's agent, and then it's the closing cost. You know, so it sometimes go down to point 90 when you really add it all up. It's a little more than 2%. But just for this demonstration, we had we're gonna go. Oh shoot, I did the wrong thing. Sorry, y'all. I meant to say um I meant to say 420. I meant to say 450, excuse me. Oh, they want me to take all of this off. And some people, y'all, want to make like they be wanting to make like 15, sometime minimum of 10%, but I ain't been finding those individuals lately, you know. I want a minimum 10% of what the ARV to make it as a flip. So if you got 414 and it's minus let's see, 414,000 minus 362. And I didn't add in all of the fees because again, you got points on the hard money, it's at least 2 to 3 points. And then when you close, for example, so this is how they get you. Now, I ain't gonna say get you, that's a bad way of saying it. So you're gonna pay like 2 or 3 points for whatever it is. They just say it. It don't even be like a name attached to the points. Just say we charge 2 to 3 points. That's their fee for what they're doing. Then they have an underwriting fee, right? Then they want to have an appraisal fee, right? I ain't putting none of that down here. When I closed one time on a refi, I did because I had to get a DSCR loan for a refinance. The closing cost was nowhere near what I paid them, you know, and the house was just 75,000 that they gave me on the refi because they gave you 75%, 75 to 80% of ARV. And it was way more than what I paid just in closing costs. He even pointed it out. He said, man, you may want to try to get another lender. You know what I mean? Them fees they have is like super freaking high. You know what I mean? All right, so 326, 6. So again, I didn't put all of that in here. So this brings 87. If you minus this is not right, y'all. Sorry. I'm like literally super distracted today. Let me take this off. I didn't add it right. 362. I should have added in all the fees so you can really, really, really see what it actually be. But you can do that. The only thing you're doing is only thing you're really doing. Oh shoot, I took the expression off. Only thing you're doing is just remember to um add in like those fees, those interest fees for points as well. Let me just this thing ain't trying to do right. Minus 362, 600. 51,000, right? $51,400. Now, I can guarantee you from this 51,000, you taking between 7,500 to over 10 grand off of it just fees. 10 of like fees. Now, this can possibly be a deal if it's someone that wants like a lower amount. But when you do a higher end of house, they be wanting like more in it due to the headache. And again, I can guarantee you that this $50,000 rehab is going to be way more than that, 100%. So you want to, I tell people an easier way of doing stuff right now, if you like really just not trying to do a ton of underwriting on stuff, if you look at Zillow price and you take like 50% off of that price, you can't go wrong if they accept that price. Now if they don't, you're gonna have to do some real um math to kind of get that maximum allowable offer to get somebody. And we know what the MAO is basically what we can offer to the seller, right? In order to make a wholesale deal. 100%. In order to make it a wholesale deal, you can't go no higher than this, right? And we're gonna get into a little of that too. I just can't. I can't hate on for like forever. You know what I mean? But when you think of the maximum offer, you basically doing your underwriting. If it's say if it's $100,000 ARV, and some people are still doing this method of times 0.70. Some people are literally still doing this. Um, and it's been working for some. Um, then you say minus repairs, just say 20,000. So that's like 50 grand. Some people, and then of course your wholesale fee, right? 40. So if you get this at 40, somebody possibly would buy it because they're gonna be like, okay, hold on. Did I put rehab? Yeah, I put rehab right here. This is rehab. And this is your wholesale fee. And this is your maximum allowable offer to the seller. Right? So you get it 40, and of course, don't start at 40. You want to start at like 30, and then work up to 40. Because if you start at 40 and then they go up to 50, then you basically done. You ain't gonna make no money unless you get somebody accepted at 55, and you can try to make it. But you want to go under and know you got up to 10,000 that you can get up to. So perfect. All right. So when you're thinking of what I call like the ABCs of, excuse me, of this creative finance world, when I think of the A in anything creative, right? The pin keep going out. I don't know what that is. It's amortization, right? Let me shrink this pen down. It's too thick. It's amortization. This becomes super important when you're thinking of creative financing. When you're thinking of sub two, that has a mortgage note on it, or even when you are doing like a seller finance, right? I done had some people before try to sell it, and they'd be kind of like, well, you can just pay me 500 interest only payments for 5 years and then balloon me out, right? So that means that I've literally gave you like $300,000 for free. That's what that is. If you agree to that, you basically gave 60 times five, right? You don't gave $300,000 that hasn't went against the deduction or the reducing of your overall purchase price. 100%. So never take interest only. You only do that when you are getting like private money. Like if you're getting private money and they say interest only payments, then yeah, that can be that's gonna always be. It's not gonna be an amortized private money. I mean, that'd be beautiful if you could do that, right? But it's always interest only payments or interest at the end of the um loan. I mean, at the end of the time for you to pay it back, right? But when you think of amortization, like that 2.75%, every time I'm paying on it, some going to principal, some going to interest, and some is going over to escrow to get paid for taxes and insurance. So every time that you paying something down, that's what's the beauty of when you get to the point of trying to hold property is that you're gonna go from appreciation, meaning property going to go up in value, right? It may not go up as fast as say if you're in a bad area as compared to a great area, because just the way the property taxes are. If it's in a really affluent area, the property tax is gonna go up higher, which is gonna make the value of the house go higher as well as your mortgage payment too, you know. But the cool part of that is that's you generating like wealth, you know, because the whole time you're holding it too, you claiming depreciation on your taxes. So you want to get to that point of like getting into the holding game at some point. Because getting injections of cash is cool if you looking to put it into something like a bigger play, like a RV park, or you're building up to try to buy property without using private capital, right? You wouldn't just do that though. You're always going to possibly be trying to get like private money. It's just how it's going to happen, you know, because you can do so much with your own, you know, when you first starting out anyway. As well as when you get to a certain point, like even with the people, they still have investors come in, right? It's just how the game is played. No matter if they're billionaires, they always have investors. That's the same thing as a private lender. So amortization is like super important. And then when you think of the banks, right? When you're thinking of the banks, if you have the smaller banks, like the smaller ones, like your like servicing companies, um, your small local bank or whatever, they got a person that really monitors books because they don't kind of have like a lot of clientele, like to say a Wells Fargo or Bank of America or Truist or anything like a Chase and none of that. So they can like look at their ledgers and like see when things are being transferred. And that's kind of when it calls the due on sale because they can see it. Like, hey, why is this name saying um Acme LLC, but on the mortgage it says Kingship LLC. So they're like, that don't match. And the only thing they concerned about is protecting their money, right? So if their money is not protected by kingship on both ends, they want to figure out why. So they say, okay, let's call this loan due. So we can get an explanation going on. So when they call the loan due, that due on sale, you literally now in the crosshairs of got to like just have a conversation with them. That's all. So don't get hung up on the due on sale call. That's like one of the easiest things to kind of overcome in this business when it comes to subject to, you know, easiest thing. You can either deed it back over to the seller. You can even have it in your when you first do the paperwork, have like a quick claim deed portion of it and have that filled out, like just in case you have to quick claim deed it back and then if power of attorney is back into say a land trust, you can have that already set up at closing just in case, you know. But the reason why you don't want it in a land trust initially is because, well, you won't get a lot of tax benefits. You'll get some, but you won't get a lot. And that's kind of like the whole point of buying properties and kind of holding properties, like 100%. You know, you can claim some of it, just like I shown a publication 936. Y'all can look this up. And once you secure its own IRS website, publication 936, and it talks about RE that done a wraparound note subject to the 40 the I think she had 90,000 40. I can't remember the exact wording, but it's basically talking about wraparound like subject to. It literally says subject to in the description and who could claim the interest of that loan of that she created to this seller. I forgot his name, Tony or something they use in the illustration. But it says who can have who can claim taxes those unless they if they secured the debt, meaning it got recorded. That's the fancy way of saying it got recorded. So it can be this person can claim it on their taxes, you know, as interest payments and stuff. So it's important to like if you don't know this stuff, hire a transaction coordinator. I wouldn't recommend anybody like doing this stuff if you're initially doing it on your own initially, unless you just know it and you just don't have you just want to get all the money, you know. As you grow and as you continue to do deals, though, you'll get a TC because you want them to do that part of your business. One thing about people with money is that they buy back their time, right? That's what they do when they hire people. They're buying back their time. They don't buy like things. They take their profits and they put everything back into the business. And so, excuse me, when you're reading it, you kind of curious of what that even look like. Why you okay? Say you doing real estate. How I'm gonna put all my money back into my business, right? That just means that you get a wholesale fee, you put it back in. You can now hire a cold caller, or you can get more marketing. You can buy more lists. You can bring in more cold callers to do more calls for you. You don't have to even pay a cold caller like hourly. You can pay them from every deal, like commission, and then you can bring in a closer. And the only thing that's doing is just taking away from your 100% of your assignment fee. Now you're giving away like 35% of that fee away, and you paying for all the marketing, like the software, the put on the list, the skip tracing. But the cool part is that you are working on the thing that you should work on in the business, right? The highest and best use of your time. And that can be generating other streams of revenue for the business or even relationships, right? You may be a closer on your team, so you don't got time to keep it as a warm. They just bring you as a closer, or you bring in more opportunities. So that's kind of how you grow and reinvest everything back into like your business. And then we don't necessarily have to use collateral. And I'm trying to go through like think of like letters, right? You don't necessarily have to go through collateral with when you're dealing with um like creative financing. Sometimes some lenders will ask that, like if you to collateralize the lending that they're about to give. Um, but it's not like too common. It's so many ways to get funding right now. With the credit way, with some of the lenders, that the way that they sending people towards to now, unless you are just in certain places where they buy everything from you, and that's just what it is. I talked about due on sale. We ain't gonna go into that again. But collateral, if you do have it, it just kind of helps you. But it's just a way of making the lender feel safe. But there's so many ways that they're gonna make themselves like cushions, y'all. So don't even think that that's gonna be an issue. Let me show you all one thing of where you can get a lot of these before I go into like the equity and the finance portion of this stuff. Because I want to, for the people who don't know basically how to structure it. I kind of did it with a wholesale deal, but I'm gonna show you how to structure it with like a creative deal, right? And when you think of this one, it's kind of when it comes to equity. So let me break down the deal in Rocky Mount. It has a previous note of 211,000. I'm gonna do round numbers. It has now a note of it of like 190. I think it's 195, right? So that means if she sell this house, if she sell this house and say it sells for, I'm just say 220, right? 202, right? So out of this 202 400,000, this ARV is I'm just putting 220,000. I don't think that's the ARV. I think it's around like 210, something like that. But just for this example, say if it is 220,000 she get for it and she pay 8% of that from closing costs, that's 202 194. Now, once I minus 195, right? That's right, right? 7,000. I'm about to do something crazy. 74. That's $7,400, right? But check this out. Anytime you have a house that you lived in, you got to do something to it to get top of ARV, right? 100%. There's no way you're not gonna get around it. You're gonna have to clean it. You're gonna have to do a little quick touch up paint. You know what I mean? If you don't have it for a long time, you're gonna have to update the kitchen or the bathroom or the master bathroom. Something you're gonna have to do, and that's money. So it's no way. that you're getting $7,400 out of this deal. You're gonna have to bring 7,400 if anything. I think more of that, and it won't go for 220. It's gonna go for less. That's why she couldn't sell it. That's why she had to go a creative. She didn't know nothing about creative finance. This is the power of creative finance, y'all. That's why I encourage people to like really understand it so you don't sound like you don't know what you're talking about, because that's what's putting people off right now. That when I explained this to this lady, man, she was so overjoyed. Like, and I had this happen to me more than a few times. Would that be so? Because they never heard of this stuff. You would think it's like known, but it's not. It's just not. She was like, man, like God bless you, such and such. Like, this is like a lifesaver, you know, because she really had to get to out of state. She have a son that's disabled, and she's the caretaker of him, so he can't do like a lot of things. And so she was trying to get closer to family. When I come in there, not only will she not have to bring money to the table, I'm also giving her money, right? Because what am I really buying? Well, in this case, I'm not going to hold it, but I'm going to tell you why I'm not in a second. This is the real reason I'm buying it, the interest rate, right? So over time, if I got a low interest rate and the mortgage payment is like I think it's 1458. The mortgages over there is from 1800 to 2200. So you can say 2000, or you can go as low as 1800, and you still can make money, right? Because the thing is, the thing is not to pay any money out of pocket and cash flow some, right? So you're getting say $342 a month. You put like 100 back for rehab for like any problems that happen with a tenant. So you got $240 a month. Um, so you banking a little cash every year, right? Let's do the math. That's like 2880, $2,880 a year. And you do that for 5 years, just say 10 years. No, I'm gonna say five. $14,400 you gotten from that. But over the time, right? Over that time, if the house, this is when it gets cool. If your house is this, it's times 27.5. Oh shoot, hold on. That's wrong. I meant to put the decimal point. So you basically saying you dividing this. You basically, this is how you get this is the taxes that come with it. This is the like the real reason, like when people buying houses and they ain't really cash flowing, this is the real reason that they doing it. You know what I mean? So you dividing this uh, by 27 and a half years, right? This is the depreciation now you can claim every year on active income that you're getting in off of that house. Because it's every year for 27 and a half years, you can depreciate it. And then if you really needed it, you can accelerate this, save 3 to 5 years. But know that in 3 to 5 years that you accelerate this to get that you needed 40 grand and you accelerate it, 5 times. So okay. So that comes up to 40,000, then they just means you can't claim this as depreciation on your taxes no more, right? For 5 years for this one house, but you got other houses you can do it on too. You know what I mean? So that's called accelerated depreciation. And then also you can like your computer equipment, for example, when you have a business, you start writing off this microphone, this computer, the freaking windows, not the window, excuse me, because the window I said that in 27 and a half. This console right here, the cameras, all of this stuff, it has a depreciation on it that you can write off, every year on this stuff they just we use all the time. So that's come from tax people. This ain't no tax stuff. This ain't no tax world, none of that. So we ain't going don't hold me to that. It's just entertainment. Let me do that disclaimer out there. You know what I mean? But when they talk to you, that's literally what they gonna help you like write off this stuff. So this is the reason, the 27 and a half, 2.75. Then once you refinance in 5 years, now you pull out the equity, go do the same thing. And equity we know is and that brings me to the E, because we're going by the letters. We have E now, the equity, right? Equity, once you do a cash out refi, that's uh that's not taxable, right? It's freaking free money. That's how I look at it. It's like free money that you take and reinvesting into something else. Then now you got an asset that's paying you, as well as helping take care of that mortgage again. Well, that mortgage is getting taken care of by a tenant too. So you go buy another asset. This asset is now getting paid by a tenant as well, that has now a new mortgage on it. And you just keep multiplying over time. That's why when you hear people say you just need to do this like twice a year and you'll be good for your retirement, that's why they say it like that. You don't have to do it, especially if you want to continue working your W-2 or something like that. You don't have to do a ton of stuff. You just buy like one or two properties and you'll be good. I would say every like 5 years. And the reason why I say that is because that's the time equity will build up. How often you should cash out refi is 5 years, especially when you do the cash out refi. They're gonna put it as a 5 year term, without penalized, right? So you, so bear in mind that when you cash out refi, they don't give you 100% of the ARV. They give you 75 to 80%. So that means you got 25 to 20% equity still in the house. You see what I'm saying? So that means in a year or 2 years, you technically got enough money, equity, you can do it again, you know? But the reason why they penalize you is to make sure that they get like some money off of you. You know what I mean? So if you don't, if you just keep going, you do it every 2 3 years, then they ain't getting a lot out of it. So they rather penalize to get that extra couple thousand. Well, it ain't gonna be a couple thousand. I think they penalize you like, I have to look. I wish I had one of mine in front of me. I only cashed every five twice, like ever. Other ones I kind of like sold, but other than that, I kind of cashed out like a couple of them. Same for town too. Yeah, anything you're doing that's a residential is gonna be they're gonna penalize because you are buying it in your LLC. You see what I'm saying? If you go and sometimes banks will say like no prepayment penalty or not. That's now you can do it as many times you want. But a DSL lender literally gonna say it's gonna have a penalty attached to it. If you refile, pay them, you basically paying them before their term up. So that means they don't make a lot of money off of you. So the only thing they know to do is now say, hey, okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I gotta penalize you if you pay this off. If you do this before this 5 years is up. But they don't calculate how much money they can make, off of this loan. You can pay it down, but you wouldn't be so they do have that in it too. They have a certain when you hit a certain threshold, then you won't be penalized, you know. But if you're not at that, you try to penalize, refi in 2 more years because equity don't be back in it. They're gonna penalize you like at least 2 points, 2%, 3% off of it, over what the loan is, like the ARV and stuff. So just keep that in mind when you're trying to do those refinances and stuff. Because super key. But it's free money. And nobody wants to have a free and clear house. Like you hear people all the time, like, yeah, I don't my house is paid off. And they say it. And they saying it, well, and it's innocent, you know what I mean? So you're not trying to be like, snarky about it or nothing. But that ain't like a flex when you know what to do with a house that's free and clear. You know what I mean? Like when I built so for example, I had a house that I had to do from top to bottom. There was no loan on it. I paid for it from a tax sale and got it taken care of and bought it and rehabbed it top to bottom and then cashed out. So that I could have never done it cashed out, right? I could have kept it free and clear, but what would be the point in it, right? You just got rehab money sitting inside of it and purchase price money sitting inside. I took all of that back out, you know, and then paid the lender off and kept the remainder, then put it in all this stuff. You know what I mean? So you never want to just have stuff free and clear. That's your thing. If you watch wealthy people, if your goal is just to like you don't have to I don't know what you want to do, But if your goal is to be like wealthy, whatever, just watch what wealthy people do. Why would you see somebody like got the bill real correctly, dude. But somebody like Beyonce and Jay-Z, for example, they just refied their house again in less than 2 years. So I just told you don't do it in less than 5 years because that's on our level. But when you're dealing with like their level, as soon as the equity comes, they can keep doing that as many times they want, as long as the equity keep coming in. Because when you are in those types of houses, they appreciate fast. It's a different appreciation. So I just seen that refinance that same house. They when they first bought it, they bought it for cash. So this is the kicker. They bought it for cash, so you know you get a discount. You buy stuff for cash. Just how it is in the United States. They bought it, went in it, probably renovated, did some stuff to it, then refinanced it. Took a huge, like millions out. And now they do now have like millions in loans too. I think the most like 400, 800,000 a month, something crazy, right? Now, here it is, I think a few months ago, I seen it refinance again. It was the same thing with this other guy. So they'll keep taking that money out, and putting it into other things too, because they do a thing called buy, borrow, die that we talked about before. They buy houses, properties, whatever. They will get them up in equity, refinance out all the cash. They keep doing it. But when they pass away, they die, they have insurance policies, right? These insurance policies get cashed out and they wipe all of that debt out. So everything becomes free and clear again. Because when you die, you get that debt. You get letters from creditors. They pay all of that off. And their kids, because again, they set up through these family offices and these real institutions, they have instruction to do it again. But when they put it out this time, it's going over here now, right? That's literally how they got that stuff set up. We do the same thing. If you want to get that high, okay, cool, to billions, whatever. But you can do the same thing. You just won't be on that scale. You don't want to go that scale. It don't have to be that scale. Just whatever you want it to be and whatever you want that to look like. But that's literally what they're doing. So when you think of like finances, HELOC, and all of that stuff, those are just like credit cards. That's why I'm interested to get y'all hooked up with them guys. If you got like a certain credit score and stuff like that, man, I promise you, it's just like a no-brainer. Like I can't legit wait till I can just bring them in or however they want to do it, their team. But if you got a certain credit score, if you got credit card debt, they give you bridge loans to pay off the debt, and you just basically paying them through your credit cards because they give it's processes and stuff like that, right? That you can liquidate your credit cards. That's kind of what you ever did lending with Gators and stuff like that, and they combining their stuff. Then they say it's some tool they use. That's just a processor. They're taking their credit card and turning it into cash, and they charge like 3.99, like a no processing fee. So that's the thing too, 100%. But these deals that I'm talking about with, man, these deals like this is everywhere, y'all. Like legit. Like door knocking that the brother Jalen said earlier, those are like pre-foreclosure leads. If you're in North Carolina, you can go or anywhere. It don't have to be North Carolina. You just Google like foreclosure attorneys, and they sometimes are right there on their site. Everybody house is foreclosed on is on their site. If you Google it, it's gonna give you the attorney and trustees names. They charge a flat fee of 2 point. Plastique. That's it. Plastique. That's the one. I couldn't think of the name to save my freaking life. But okay, they charge a flat fee of 2.9. That's even better. This other place charge 3.9. But that's it. Plastique is basically taking your credit card and it's liquidating it. It's making whatever your balance. I don't care what's on it. It could be 100 grand. You can take the whole 100 off of it and put it in your bank as cash. But just know you got $100,000 credit card payment due too. You know what I mean? So don't think you about to just ball and then want that money back. You got to pay that money. That's why I got to be smart. Like I'm gonna be trying to give people like I can't tell you what to do with your money, but if you're truly trying to like maximize this stuff, you want to have an operation in place so when you are using it, don't go buy. You can do what you want to do, but you go buy a car, you done. You know what I mean? Like how you gonna pay that back in a year for this interest kicking in unless you're doing Turo. But you want to have uh fix and flip or wholesale something that you know you get some cash injection throughout the year, that you can pay it back down. Because if you do it right, you can literally, and I ain't gonna stay with you as long, but you can combine the next round. So if you get 200,000, you already got 200,000, it becomes 400,000 at 0% interest again. And you keep going and you start showing you have capital in your business, like you are showing you doing deals into that business for like a year, 2 years. Now they're gonna cut banks and all these creditors, they go off the cash flow of your business now. You see what I'm saying? Not just the credit card. Credit cards, people love to give you credit cards. You know what I mean? You can file bankruptcy today and get a credit card offer tomorrow. It's just how it is. You know what I mean? But when you thinking of lines of credit, no, they want to see because they think what you need it for. You see what I'm saying? That's why you don't want to say you just an investor. Say you are management or consultant, because it's more broader. It gives you more funding power. So man, I show on and on. Like, there's so many ways you can do this, y'all. I'm telling you, you can like advertise yourself as a lender and just lend, because you're gonna keep getting it back. Do short lends. But it's like a no-brainer. But if you do buy houses, buy whatever cars and stuff, whatever you do to manage your business, have something that's gonna pay that back, because you don't want to ruin it. Because it's credit. You know what I mean? It's business credit, ain't your personal credit, but it's tied to your personal credit. That's how you able to get the freaking limit. But another way, so I know I've been with those guys about the software and stuff too. Let me show you one way that I've been utilizing this. And y'all can sign up for this now too. And what I'm going to be doing is pretty cool. And I'm only going to be doing this on the web because I can't. For one, it's a community that they are creating, that I'd be a part of, and my team basically doing. They don't know what I know. Um, but they are going to allow the software to kind of come with it for the first month or two, as well as the coaching, right? So my goal is, like I said, like Hermosa truly inspired me on this journey when it comes to what I'm talking about in terms of cost. Like, if you think of what I paid, I won't even talk about the stuff I've paid in terms of mentorship, which is amazing. I won't never. That's the beauty of investing in yourself. Um, so, and it would definitely worth it. Take, for example, Sub Two, or any other ones I've been a part of. I wouldn't be on here knowing what I know, or even having this conversation with y'all if I didn't wasn't in those mentorships. You know what I mean? So it's important. But what I've learned and what I found throughout my time of trying to help people is when I mentioned it, they were like, "Yeah, they wanted this amount and they couldn't afford it," you know. And I'm listening to them, knowing what this would do for them, you know. But at the end of the day, that 10,000 and 20,000, that's different for a lot of people. You know what I mean? So my goal is never to make that. I always want to make something if it's the like the contracts and stuff like that. That's is a way to edit those too with the attorneys to make it lower cost, but they still want money for their time. And then you have like team stuff. And so we figured out something to make it like super cheap, but overkill. And the only caveat that's gonna come with that, I can tell you right now, people that see stuff for like $2,500, they think it ain't worth nothing, like legit. If you see something for 40,000, you'll pay for it, and you'll realize it ain't worth that either. You know, I done it, like personal experience. I joined a group. I wish someone was on here, called the Avengers. Bro, let me tell you, I was so mad. I wasn't mad. That's the wrong term. But I was like highly disappointed. I can promise you. The way this is what I learned about like conferences and stuff. That's why I don't go to a lot of them, because I don't need you to talk to me. I don't need to be motivated. Like, I'm obsessed with this stuff, so I'm motivated already. But when I used it early on, yeah, it was cool because I didn't know what I know. Man, they sold that thing so good on that stage, bro. I bought into it. Look, I'm thinking I'm about to link up with these people, man. I'm hyped. Go think about it. I'm around. I ain't gonna name because it make it feel like they ain't who they are. They legit people, you know. But it ain't what I had in mind. That's the best way of saying it. And then I heard they even shut the thing down, right? So I wish my man a couple of them were here and they told me because I got out. I said, man, ain't no way. You know what I mean? But they said they even shut it down and oh yeah, I ain't gonna get into it because it's gonna make somebody might go back and say Chad was whatever. And Chad ain't doing it, this is what happened. I wasn't in it then. I got out. You know what I mean? But man, we were literally on a freaking webinar. I ain't gonna see a webinar. I'm gonna call it a call for like an hour. And they're bringing people like ET, the hip hop preacher. That was like my when I see him, I'm like, man, I'm about to talk to B. You know, bro, he ain't doing none of that. You get select questions. I ain't even go to the retreat. I say, nah, man, I ain't about to cause it ain't making it ain't sitting right no more. You know what I mean? Bro, we got one call an hour and my man Cole Sharp now. Cole Hatter and all Cole Hatter is his real name, right? Cole. Yeah, Cole and my man uh Cody Spurgeon and them, they own it like 100%. There's no denying who they are. They legit. But you don't be around them like that. That's what I'm saying. I'm thinking it's like different. I can't explain it, bro. I done spent that goddamn on money. Hey, look, I won't never tell nobody to do that ever again, man. Like legit. And then it's other ones I done joined too that ain't like that. Cause again, I don't need celebrity. I don't need them type of people. I'm not about to be friends with you. I know I can't be friends with you. You just here to talk and you got out the door. You know what I mean? It's different if I'm in a relationship. That's what I wanted. But what I found in some of the groups I've joined, I was already friends with a lot of them already. They come from where I come from. You see what I'm saying? So it didn't make sense. And I'm not saying it may not make sense to you. So take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. It's different for everybody, right? Different strokes, different folks, that type of thing. I'm a different folk. You know what I mean? So I don't need certain stuff. So they were like, if you can make it just for it paying for little stuff, because my goal ain't to get, I'm not trying to get rich from that stuff. I like to help. I want to be around people doing this and we just do cool stuff. That's how I look at it. And just give people, I'm not here to even get nothing from you. I just like doing the stuff because people ask me this. You know what I mean? And if somebody got like the software to show if it's beneficial, do it. Oh, this is better. This is what I feel. That's why I say, okay, let me do this for this time. And then break down this. So as I go, I'm gonna get like better. That's the thing too. I'm like, it's like, so you helping me two ways. You're helping me to not only talk and get more vocal, but you're gonna help me how to teach it better. You see what I'm saying? Because I can go on and just overload you on stuff, and it'll be kind of productive. You won't grasp it, you know. That's why people like you should do a 2-day event, and then I'm like, okay, what you doing at the 2-day event? I'm pretty sure if y'all been around, y'all been hearing people doing 2-day events, right? But check this out. After the 2-day event, then what? You see what I'm saying? What you going to do after that? You just have my cell phone number. You don't have nothing to like research and keep going or nothing. Like, no, I think that's why they never done it. And Pace even told me to do it. Like legit, I can show you text messages like, man, you overthinking it. I'm like, nah, I won't feel right. You know what I mean? So that's it. That was coming from him telling me to do it. And then other people started doing it. That's why I never did it. Cause I feel like, no, I gotta have you something that's to do afterwards. You know what I mean? Something that I can be with you because it'll feel like I done cheated you or something. I just that is didn't it didn't sit right. Let me just say it like that. But let me show y'all this real quick. This is where I've been getting a lot of my stuff from. And this is something I've been helping them with. Y'all been hearing me talk about it and like everything, right? They created something that's super expensive. I'm gonna show you the prices on it and everything. And it's even in the why, right? To give business owners high level, cost effective lead generation tools that save money, simplify processes, and fuel growth. We're here to support, not hinder, to empower, not deplete. The spotlight is on you. Aim and go. That's literally the why. And that's the stuff I was talking about. That's me in a nutshell. I don't want none of those high stuff like that. It's not my purpose. It's not my search. So the way only thing you won't do right now is because these is gonna have what they are. other than me talking about it, or maybe bring in some people from their team to go over this stuff too, to make it like even better. But when you think of like anything that I've had since day one was prop stream and batch leads. Let's see. I don't even know what they cost. Let's just see real quick. I may be lying on these people. 99, 199, 69. What is okay? Let's look at this. Let's look at this real quick. Lead automator. I can show. Oh, shoot, yeah. Man, listen. Hold on. Just remember this. Remember these cards right here. Oh, they done went up to 25,000 monthly saves. Okay, okay. 7-day free trial. Web and mobile platform. That's just, I mean, that's like, trust me, that ain't too different. Free skip tracing, lead automator. Free skip, nine full access. So hold on. I gotta write this down. I've never seen this, y'all. So this is gonna be you and I at the with one time. And I'm gonna show you the difference in just that right there. Let me get my pen. No, I can't do my screen share with my pad. So y'all gonna have to like follow with me a little bit. What did I do with my pen? I just had it in my hand. I don't even have nothing on my desk. What did I do with it? And I put it in my pocket. What in the world did I do with my pen, y'all? You would think I got pens around here. No? Well, I got a Sharpie. It's gonna have to do. But just say I'm gonna go all the way to the back. And then I'm gonna put this up on this thing too to show y'all the difference. $6.99. And that includes 100,000 monthly savings and exports. Okay, that's a lot. But I don't know who's gonna do 100,000. I don't even do 100,000. But I guess it's like I say, best for medium to large team. So okay, it can be multiple. But this is the key right here. 9 full access team members included. That's pretty cool too. Let's do that. 9 full. Right, $6.99 times 12. All right. Now this $99 one, that's basic. And this one is $199, 50,000 to 2. Okay. What's that? $199 to 4 members. This is so cool. I didn't know there's 12 prices, but this is gonna make all the sense in the world in 1 second. Now let's see what batch is, because that's the only people that use this stuff. They usually use batch, leads, or prop string. Let's see what their pricing is. Pricing plans for 2025. It may be cheaper. Oh no, it's not. So it's similar, all inclusive. So $119 a month is 10K monthlies, 20K exports, batch rank AI, and it says limited. I don't know what limited is. 3 users, nationwide listing. Okay, that's everything is nationwide. All inclusive phone numbers and emails. Okay, for 119. So that I guess that means that for 119, you get phone numbers and emails. Okay. That's pretty cool too. Let me see what that is. Now we'll do that in a second. All right, excuse me. Sorry. 3577. All right, let me go back to this one. No, that's what I was just on. This one. So this one is akin to their premiere of this one. This 119, 10, 20, 3 total users is akin to this for $60. So that's almost like half. But the difference is, well, with Bax, Bax has something said limited AI. I don't know what that limited AI means. But it also had this comping. I'm gonna show you all of this stuff in a second. And one user come through it. Say if you want to add in a user, what is that? $20 a month. So that's 20, 60, 80, 100. So that's still cheaper if you add in two at $20 a month. That's only $20 you add in two. They come with three at 119. So you still under that price, right? And I didn't even think again, I should have done it. Could have probably got it even cheaper. Because I would tell them like, hey, I don't never want to charge $97. I want to 97 somebody to death. You're not gonna $97 me to death. You know what I mean? I'd rather just stay where I'm at. That's literally the conversation I had. I'm not like joking. So is this one is just like Pop saying in the basic one. But then when you go up, you still under them, but you also get the CRM and other tools. And I'm gonna show you what this stuff look like. But you get everything over here, but now you get all of this. But this is what it get cool. This is the only thing I would like. Why would you put lead pipes AI and lean data as two separate things when you combine them both and it's only 110? Now you at what they charging right here, and it's still under it by $9. Not a lot, but it's under by $9. But you get this thing called zip codes. This is in all of this lean, everything over here basically. Everything you see right here is over here. And that's nowhere on their sites, right? I wish I would have looked at that plan. Dang, got me like thinking about something. I'm making up. I don't know. But the AI zip codes like pinpoint stuff and give you. So how was it explained to me? That's why I want them in here. Is that they have collected data over decades, right? And it now they pinpointed like who is likely to sell based off of their mail, their Google searches, their Facebook, like all of these stuff they're utilizing now for AI and just pulling it up. And they can say this person is likely to sell in the next 90 days based off of this score they give them. And I'm gonna show you what those wholesale sellability scores and all of that is. And it's like scary good. This is what's so dope about this too. When you think of commercial data, if you're trying to buy businesses and stuff, it's literally in there for like $85 a month. If you have Crexy, for example, and these are like add-ons. So you like, for example, let me go back. If you get core leads, you have to add this on if you want to buy businesses and do all of this stuff, right? I'm gonna show you how you save money if you want to do that though. So you have core leads plus this 85 a month. But if you know you're going to buy businesses or you want to buy um get buyers that's doing certain stuff, I'll show you what all of this looks like with commercial data. And if you wanted more AI zip codes, you get more of this. You can get up to 10 of them for $80 a month. This is the best part of the stuff that I use more than anything is this package. These packages right here, these two. This right here, if you ever heard of data of Investor Lift costs a ton of money, right? I think it's like 20,000 or something like that a month, 2025 for not a month, excuse me, for the year. And if you get the lower tier, it's like 5,500 or something like that every quarter or so, right? They made it to where this you can do for 150 months if you ever want to turn it off, right? I'm gonna come back to this in a second to show you why I never did the 150 a month and why I upgraded for one time. It's gonna make sense in 1 second. And then I'm learning to skip tracing. So that means that when I open up a contact on my phone, on my card, you're gonna see every contact skip traced already. Every last one of them. Because I paid. And now let me go to the cool part. This is when you super save money. So I did it last time. They even went under if you buy it for the year for 576 for the year, 720 for the all the ones I was just showing you, and 1056 for the year for lean pipes added that I was just showing you. All of this stuff is cheaper, right? If you do it for the year. So look at this. It's 1440 for the year. I'm gonna tell you, I have no idea why they did it like this, but let me show you something first. So you do the one-time fee. Now you can't do one-time fee for a subscription, right? It's impossible. So that's why you don't see it right here. But that lead pipes AI suite that had all the list stacking and all of that stuff, it's only $1,000. You see what I'm saying? So why pay a year if it's cheaper to buy it one time? That's the theft I was looking at when I kept looking at the data. I mean the prices. Just like this is 1400. Why pay 1440 a year if I know I'm gonna use it instead of paying it one time? So that means what this means is if I upgrade for $1,400, that means I never pay this again, and it's always inside of my system forever as long as I keep my subscription. So you will pay one time fee of 1,500, which is the lead pipe suite and eight. If you know you're going to use that stuff all the time, and how you save money, if you think of 1,500 divided by 12, that's $125 a month that you'll be technically paying if you was to do it consistently over time. And I think what was the annual plan? You do it a year, 1,056, right? Times 12. Yeah. So you saving money. You save like 400 some dollars one time, and you never pay it again. And if you using lead data and all of that stuff, and of course the commercial data and all of that stuff, and then these are the packages. So if you pay one time, not a yearly, because I looked at the tab that I have is one time. If you do it yearly, yes, it's like what 1440. But why would I pay it if I know if I'm gonna have this and I'm using it? And this is literally what I've done. I paid the 2 grand because as long as I'm gonna keep this subscription at $60 a month, I think I had the this suite right here, lead pipes, the data suite. Uh, one time, I know I'm gonna have it, so I won't have this fee ever again. But the benefit, the way, and the skip tracing, this is that too. So I paid the skip tracing one time. So as long as I got the this software, I never use it. I never pay for skip tracing ever again. And the skip tracing is pretty freaking good, like legit. So, and then if you want to add on additional user up to 10 per account, remember this one said, what was it at? 26 total users, 749 a month. 3 total users, 119. 8 total users, 349. So it's cheaper all the freaking around the board. And again, I didn't even know that stuff was right here. Maybe that's why they went to that. I have no idea. But it's just cheaper if you want to add people onto to your stuff. You pay one time for $300 rather than a monthly for $349 that they have. You pay it one time. You pay skip tracing one time for $800. You never have to pay skip tracing again. And if you do the math, I don't know what y'all pay for skip tracing, but I was paying at one point $14 from Skip Matrix. And if I was doing 10,000 records, that was $1,400 just for the month. Just for the month. So that means that anytime I'm always have unlimited skip tracing. So let me show you exactly what it freaking looks like. This is when it gets like amazing to me. So when you go and freaking put in, I don't care, I'm gonna put in Mecklenburg. I'm gonna show you why I chose. I'm gonna show you all of it. I ain't gonna get too deep on it. I got another webinar they want me to actually host and actually get deep into it. I just bring this up because this is what I've been using to like to market and stuff like this. But you see, this is what mine look like. I bought all of the commercial leads, investor leads. Post my deal is this stuff, and I'm gonna show you how you can bird dog, like I told y'all earlier. Like so, for example, this person is wanting 39,000 for this. So only thing I need to do is contact them. I send this to him, right? I send this, and this is now his seller info, right? So only thing I do, check this out, y'all. This is like, I'm telling you, it's a cheat code. I'm gonna do this live just to prove to people. This ain't my type of marketing. Like, I don't do this right now. I don't do it like this no more, right? And these scores, right? If it's over 500, it's showing you that it's likely to sell. That's why if you want to filter, say you want to stay at like 500 on the wholesale score, you can filter like that to sell it. And you can see right here what type of retail. They basically saying this house in this condition, it's unlikely to sell at the market price in 90 to 80 days. Unlikely to sell to a landlord in 90 to 80, 180 days, right? Because it's not fixed up. It's looking at the pictures and the AI is detecting it for you. You see what I'm saying? So check this out. Only thing you have to do, and then, oh shoot, truly not trying to get into this software, bro. But look, this thing will literally do a buy match for you too. So you don't have to like okay, I'm gonna just try to see who wanna buy. It can do the AI will start filtering in the area who has bought properties that fits that number, that fits the freaking house. It gives them to you in a list already. That in itself is a game changer to where you really don't have to build up a buyers list. Like I said, I like to because I like to be personable and I'm trying to do something nationwide. That's why I'm doing it. I got invited to Keekly's last mastermind. Jamila invited me to it. And in that mastermind, I seen how they built Keekly and like legit. And that's what I'm saying why I'm trying to like the nationwide thing. I don't want a Keekly, but I want to do something similar to what I was shown in there. So that buyer match is like heavy. And this so I ain't gonna get in there because it's gonna go too far. Like you definitely don't want to go 10 miles, right? You wanna always stay a little lower. Um and if you want to go like heavy into it and you just um check like bullseye, it may give you a little see how it's starting to filter stuff and it says nothing like based off of what you just said. You like nobody bought that type of stuff here like that. That's basically what it's saying. I mean, to that criteria I put on there. Hold on, let me get back. Let me just go back like this. Hopefully I can get back to it. And this is in Pitt County. So only thing you do, you already got the buyers, right? You got the people who was bought over there. But if you want to do a quick comparable just to see, you just look at the area real quick, right? You can literally go up here and go to like I would say a half mile because it looked like stuff was a little stretched out. So stay this 125 looked like the closest thing, right? All this other stuff is look like another subdivisions and everything. So this looked like really out of the way. But this one, 125 just sold last year. Um, so you're gonna have to adjust up or down depending on what this house looks like. But looking at if he want 39,000, you can imagine that he got it like pretty cheaper than that, right? He probably got it like 15, 20, where it look like legit. Especially if it's a tax or something going on like a foreclosure or something, you know. But hold on, let me get back. Because I really wasn't trying to show you that. I was just trying to show you how you can bird dog like without even like bird dog. It's automatically gonna pop up. And if you wanted to, I can go down here and just start selecting everywhere I want a bird dog. And these properties will show up just right where that other property was at. I just select Florida. If I say Florida, Texas, Tennessee, Ohio, and Georgia, I would just go back, look at the results, and you see how they gave me more properties that people got under contract in those areas I just selected. I can literally bird dog these deals. They want 110, I go to a bird dog and say, hey, I got this property locked up for 115, and I made 5 grand if they agree to it. If they say I buy it for 110, you go back to the wholesale, say I need it's be a deal for me if I can get it at 105. And they're gonna say, yeah, absolutely. Because they want the deal, get rid of it. You make a quick $5,000. Just like that. But I ain't gonna get too much into these filters, but one way that's been deals is of course anytime you say vacancy. So this is what I don't do up here. And again, I'm gonna go into this on another Zoom I'm hosting. I'm getting set up. If I say vacancy, then I select high equity right here. Sometimes this thing, see how I went to 200,000? You see what I'm saying? What I literally do, I would take this one off because it's giving me this one instead of this, both of them. And I can select if I want to just be like an actual match. Let me take these out because I don't want that card to be too big. And I open it back up. And remember, I can say minimum wholesale fee because the 500 it's a wholesale if you are wholesaling, right? I don't care about the liens for this right now. And a tip to y'all too, man. If y'all doing acquisition costs, I mean, acquisition marketing, like marketing, cold calling, etc., and stacking lists. Don't stack it too much, right? Because what's going to happen is if you already got a vacant, it's going to fall under the divorce or tax if it's vacant already. But if you say tax and vacant, sometimes it'll wipe out all the ones that you may want to call. So don't just go crazy on your stacking sometimes. Just kind of play with it. Um, just kind of play with it. And if you like, I don't want to go out the trust because you can't penetrate no trust or the government or banks. So it's always LLCs or businesses. And if you don't want apartments, like sometimes they literally will give you an apartment people selling. I don't really buy apartments. But this is why I would make it high equity. I would say like I wanted to have um um like a max. Sometimes you can say 70, right? That's just gonna make it like super like high. You know what I mean? Oh shoot, hold on, I didn't mean to come out of it. Right. Or well, that's in picture. Oh, you say 30% right here, minimum 30%, and then max is at 100. You know what I mean? So you see how it switches to minimum and 70%. So you can play around with this stuff to make loan to value. Because if you put this is making it like it's not a ton of equity inside of it. That's why you can play like 70. Minimum equity is 70% because that you know everything that's going to be on your list, like right here, everything is going to have high equity. Because you know, if you put, like, for example, if you're going off of like sub two deals, you'll make this 85% equity. That's the max, right? That you want. Um, and you can even like do it like this too, right? So see how it's like zero because I have it stacked. Let me see if it changes a little bit. 12,000. So minimum loan to value is 85% to 100. So that's saying this thing has no equity in it, right? Excuse me, I had 85 right here earlier. That means it has no equity in it. It has a max of 15% equity in it. So that means that if they sell this house 9 times out of 10, they got to bring money to the table, right? So let's clear this out for this example because I was going with high equity. This is where you can filter your equity, you know, your loan to value or your minimum equity portions of it. You know, you can take it all the way up. So when you click on these, and then if you want some that's on the market, right, you can start playing around with that. And I have this. Remember, I did the upgrade, so that's why you're seeing all of this stuff on here. Now it gets a little short. If I want stuff that's been on the market for 90 plus days, it's probably gonna shrink to what I got on here. 90 days on market, active listing, wholesale score 500. So these are active on the market more than that days, and they got wholesale. I can wholesale. Let me see. See how much stuff come up in this. What did I put vacant? I didn't put vacant on here. Oh yeah, it was vacancy. I can take this off too, but this is just another stack if you wanted to. They vacant as well as have like high equity in it. So you know you can wholesale them if you get them under contract. But what mine does is since I did the upgrade with the unlimited stuff, I can literally just click on anyone. I'm trying to look at something I want to do right now. That's why I'm scrolling through. Like I can really jump on them. It's this one. And remember, it's on the market. And didn't I have 90 days on it? Yeah. See, it's 96 days on market. Which again, that ain't too strange right now because you know the market we in. So the market we in, y'all, is like they're supposed to, yeah, they're supposed to lower the interest rates. Did they? Had they talked about it? They're supposed to be lowering the Fed's supposed to lower our interest rates. They would see how much it's going, what points or whatever. That's what the goal was. So let me go like more than 90 days. That's kind of like common, you know. But when you get at that 120-day mark, now you're in a different type of territory, you know. They might be getting a little desperate now. So you think of properties like this has a high equity, been on the market, so that lets you know you can wholesale them. And this is a business too, so he'll fix and flip it. So he probably fix and flip this. May not be a good candidate for that, but if you wanted to not do businesses, just take them off. Make it to where it's just individuals. Cause you know if it's an individual, it's more susceptible for you not to have any blowback when it comes to creative. But the thing that I've been noticing too is that the investors, they know what it is, so they've been more open to it. They've been more like, you know, they know because they're actually investors too. So it's not oh, this is pretty cool right here. What is this? Is that commercial? What is this property? I'm about to go check this. Oh, it's commercial. They're selling this. 1.1 million. What all come in at? I'm gonna have to check it out. But this is how I've been using that one. That if you want to learn how to start lead, but the cool part is this part. The one that I did the one time fee of the upgrade. If you looking to get into, if you trying to have like a real dispo company type, you want to like do this flipper one. Because these are like the cash buyers. You know what I mean? These are the ones that buying those like properties, and he's gonna have, and you're gonna see what type of people these are. And then I can filter. I don't want to just have anybody. Just say a minimum of 5 flips. Ain't gonna go too hard. And I want those who've been doing it like this year. I'm not concerned about the like average purchase price and stuff like that. So let me put in Mecklenburg. Let me see what they give us. So this thing is in the way. Let's see, flippers. I wonder if I can click on commercial. I never messed with the commercial investors inside of here. Matter of fact, I'm gonna try to what the difference is. So I want those to flip 5 properties out of. Oh shoot! It took. Oh, I clicked on. I'm sorry. I meant to kick. Well, it don't matter. Mecklenburg right here. They done at least 5 properties, and I don't have to. Let me see if this a year. It's 3 of them, right? There's 5 properties in the and you know that we're in September, right? So that means September last year, and it's been one of those flip like market for sure. And so these are, so you know, you can sell properties to homes too. Like that's the thing. Open Door used to be heavy during like the COVID era. Like man, they was buying stuff at some crazy price. I did a walkthrough with them one time. The reason why I couldn't get them to do that was because the sellers, they had like backed out. I had this huge house in Oklahoma, in excuse me, not Oklahoma, Huntersville. And what Open Door done, you get on Zoom with them and you walking through the house like video on, they actually look at the ceiling, like what type of panel, the electrical, all of the things, and they was offering some crazy like prices for these houses. And I was trying to figure out how to, if the seller would have did it, because they got to sign the name, the property over to you, you know, when you get at the title. So I was thinking like double close. That's what some people doing. Then they started getting um like switching some things up. I think they kind of knew what was going on. And but man, that was a time. It was I knew a ton of people. That's all they was doing was selling the open door and Zillow and all the people. But True Homes, you can do the same thing with them. My house is built by True Homes. When I did one, I'm in like literally right now. I built in 2018. It was built by True Homes. But they buy land and do the same thing. People like if you watch Warren Buffett, this is a good sign for like real estate market. When he bought Lennar Homes and D.R. Horton, he bought all of their stock and all their property. I mean their businesses and stuff. That lets you know like what he know that we don't know. You know what I mean? So these are like um those two are hedge funds. And then when you see stuff that flip like 57 properties, like this is a 100% is a buyer, you know. It flipped profit over 9 million, and because they got all the properties that he's done flipped, and see when he bought it and what he sold it for. That's where this number's coming from right here. You know, so this is an automatic. These people are like legit buyers. But then one of the main things I got this for more than anything too is this is cool. The note holder side that lets me know you can be a private lender, you can buy creative deals, and then of course it literally says private lender. So if I say I want to see if you fund at least 3 deals and you funded them this year, it's like one person, Kevin Atwell, right? And he got all this information. It show you the portfolio you have, the notes he holding, as well as the deals he's funded. You see what I'm saying? So he buy notes from people what it looked like as well, and funds, and of course it's a private lender also. So you can actually click on the tab, and again, if you're raising like private capital, this is why this is good, and it literally show you the stuff he's kind of lent on. You know, he probably bought this package. It's like a it probably put like a little subdivision together, and he lent on it. That's basically what this is right here. You know what I mean? So that's what I use the debt side for. Let me take this out, go back. And then the rest of it is kind of again, I ain't gonna get too deep into it, but it has communication where you can do like the internal messaging and have like the auto blast. I got a guy that's building like something like a yellow blast that's coming into he put it in go high level. It's pretty cool. But let me show y'all one more thing before I get out of this, yo. And it's like pretty cool. So say if I say let me just say Cornelius because I see the number right here. And I filter this to I want I don't want for it always give you apartments like a default on here. Look at Cornelius. They don't have a lot of foreclosures, but you know, Cornelius that's near that water. They ain't gonna do a lot of foreclosures down there. It might have some pre-foreclosures, but you ain't gonna get a lot of foreclosures down there. They just, you know, people always they got a little money down there. But active listings, see how it's gonna select. I'm gonna show you something real fast. It's pretty dope. If you wanted to just have deals coming to your inbox every day. And again, let me show you what I mean by if you stack the link right here. This is why I don't do it. Like if I put divorce, what did I say? Active listings that have the divorce. See, it's 0. It'll take them all out. And sometimes if I just go here and take this off, it'll say like 0. It's like nothing going on with that link. You know what I mean? So that's why I never really met, and that's on like everything I ever had. I really don't stack with the tax liens and all of that. Cause what they do, they give you stuff that got like $200-300, and you know they'll put it'll say you haven't paid it yet. Like what's the odds of them losing a house for like $300 or $1,000? You know what I mean? So it's kind of like you want to get stuff that's gonna maximize your time, like 100%. I should have put like Mecklenburg. It probably would have got way more stuff than this. But let me take this back off. I just want to show y'all something that's, I think it's pretty dope what they created too. I'm gonna just say I want anything that's 120 days on market. I did say active listing, right? And what is it at? I want active. I don't want anything that's pending, coming soon, nothing. I want active. So once I do this, it'll give me all of them, right? And what I can do once I turn on deal alerts, this is what's dope. And I save it. This thing is going to send me everything that updates in that area going forward, no matter what. It'll come to my inbox saying this new lead came 120 days on market in this area because I put it on as a deal alert. It starts showing me every day in my inbox without me even looking at this. It's going to send me the lead. That's the cool part. What I liked about this dealer. But again, you can tell about Cornelius. I don't know if y'all know about Cornelius, but yeah, trust me, you ain't gonna do too much marketing down there. I can promise you that. The boats. This is the type of stuff you got coming on down there. Like 100%, you got mansions down there. That they ain't gonna do too much creative down that way. You know what I mean? This thing been on the market for over 1,000 days because they don't have to sell it. It's too high. You know what I mean? So I don't market in Cornelius. I'm supposed to be moving there, not to this freaking 14,000 square feet house though. 100%, not that. Not right. Well, I don't think I will ever want that, honestly. I'm just trying to get land so I can have my family around me. That's what I'm looking to do, like acres, and build like houses like this for my and make it like a whole little area of that house. This is dope though. This is like nice. Probably younger, but not right now. It's not my goal. This is not one of my goals right here. But this stuff is dope, man. I'm gonna do another one like again on it, the deep dive to show people like how to really, really, really use it and what you should get if you're doing depending on what you're doing. Like depending on what you're looking to do, this is I would say, oh, you probably want this. Like this should be like a no-brainer to me if you're doing more list. If you're getting like if you want to market the multiple types of lists and link that and stuff like that, this is like a no-brainer. Because these zip codes in itself shows you it'll analyze like with AI and like who's doing what. Basically, that's what it means with the AI zip codes. Again, I ain't doing it just because I'm basically doing an overview of showing you that's basically what I've been doing, etc. And then when you log in, you don't have to come back to this login no more, but you can just type in app.aimleads.io whenever you get your login and stuff, and it takes you into this one. I can close this out. Oh, what was that? Let me share my screen again. 1 second. But the thing that I'm gonna do with that as well, the one, oh, what's my that right here? Everybody that's signing up for it, what I am doing is they're setting up, and it's not going to be like an ongoing thing. I can promise you that because the giving affiliate money towards this is basically they don't make a lot of money. I seen why people charge 110 like bats and all them. I truly see why they do it. Because they don't make money when it comes to the developer costs, the data that they buy. Like when I was researching to do this on my own, there was one company that was charging like 15,000. I can't remember if it was a quarter or half every 6 months, something like that. But you get everything like you see on these sites. That's where they get it from. That's how they paying for it. So that means they got to have a lot of people, or you're gonna charge like those 110s, 120s, 350s, just in case something go wrong. And that's why, like legit. So But yeah, if you want to, I'm gonna be doing that as well as putting in a it's gonna be basically like a community, a free Facebook group, as well as like a weekly calls that I'm gonna be doing with them, those who have the software. So it's kind of like I ain't gonna say community or mentorship because I'm not gonna say I'm a mentor or nothing like that. But it's gonna be basically a community with those who have it. So showing them what I'm using, how to use it, and just helping them underwrite deals. Just like if you have that book, the free comping ebook, is people that's signed up for the $9. It's like $9 a month that'll get in and go over deals with them, break down like their game plans and stuff like that. And it comes from they got the free, it's a free comping book, comping dot what is it, comping dot comp ebook dot info. And it basically, let me type it right here. So somebody wanted it. It's literally free. The thing is, the book is free. So it's comping dot comp ebook dot info. Um, and then when you get on, if you wanted to get into like the inner circle thing, it's like $9. That's all it is. Legit. It's not. I mean, it's just me having my time, basically. Um, but that's pretty. The book itself is really is off of appraisal rules. Like how we just. Well, I didn't even get into ARV, but when you're doing like a deep underwriting and stuff, it's appraisal rules that goes into it that you would like to know in order to get like a better, closer estimate of what you could offer. Like if a house is in a cul-de-sac, as opposed to one of the houses that's up at the front, like on the road, it'll be more valuable back here, because it's less traffic, you know. And then if it's back in, if you find a house that's like fronting a highway or noise or whatever, it takes value away from the same house that's just in the back of the subdivision. So there's little stuff like that you want to know, and when it comes to the materials, the house of the build of the house, I mean, all of that stuff plays a factor, 100%. So I went over that inside of this book, company book, super free, but it's really good. I promise you, really good. Okay, let me see where was he at. Y'all got questions on stuff? I know y'all good. Let me see. I don't have anything yet. Okay, cool. Yeah, it is, man. I like it. I'm pretty stoked about how it turned out. Just the cool part, man, is that it's something I visualized too. Again, it's aimed because it's something I was working on by myself and with other developers that couldn't do it. And so I kind of like, okay, yeah, I can't do it with them, but I always something I want to be a part of. And these people kind of kind of fell in my lap, honestly, for me just talking about it because I believed in what I wanted to do. The vision of it to have something that's cheaper. So I got with them um to just have it that's a good question. I have to possibly be at like the office or something. Because I don't really drive around. I just don't. It's just kind of it's kind of like if you would unless I intentionally have a group of people and I do like an activity and I'm just talking the whole time and doing stuff. That's the only way you'll really have me like out doing stuff. Other than that, I literally be like writing in either this office or in the office in Charlotte doing stuff. So yeah, but we'll figure it out, Jalen. Yeah, we'll figure. I figure out something to have you just do into it. But the way that I wish it was early in the day, I can show you how I use that same software to get like creative leads too, whether it be on market or it's off market with that same freaking software I use. And it's me, I have to market it for sure. And they again don't make tons of money. I'm basically the affiliate pay that you get, I think is like $10 or something like that for every person. I just look like if I get a person signing up for affiliate like that. Basically just helping not only keep them going with the software and keep updating. It got some really. Oh, I didn't even show you the freaking AI. This is. Hold on, y'all. 1 second. I didn't even show you this part right here. This is like super dope. Where is it at? Lisa Menendez. I don't have it up no more. Can y'all see the aim? Okay, perfect. So if you look right here, this thing called Amy, right? Amy is one of my things. This is kind of like Chat GPT. Think of it like this, but it's real estate. You can ask this thing to do to compare, like right here, give you little things it can do. Find comparables, right? Find property records, detailed market snapshots, right? So you can be talking to a seller and be typing stuff in, and it give you what's going on in that area, so they can give you talking points when you cold calling or lead managing when you're trying to close the deal. You can literally just type something to her and to Amy, and it'll literally tell you what's going on with that property according to what you told it in like real time. I use this thing to give me rental data and everything. Literally, I use it to give me rental data on the property that I have. Like, what's the rental ranks for this area? And it'll give you like real time in terms of rental as well as averages and what you should go for. It'll say, well, if you want to go this the high end, but this low end, I think you should get right here. You kind of get it feel because that's the goal. So this is like a no brainer too, and it comes with it once you do part of the upgrades and stuff. Yeah, actually, you'll see Amy pop up on your thing. It's like a no brainer. It's literally like a Chat GPT, but a little. It's real estate based, so it's like tapped into this software. So it's all you know how like large language models work is when you feeding it all the information, it gets smarter and smarter and smarter. That's what ChatGPT has become. Complexity, it don't matter. So this is like that, but the difference is this is their platform that they've been feeding it since day one, and it's learned all of this stuff already. It's way beyond it. So when you turn it on, you ask it, it already know it's done it, and it's like real time internet stuff. So it's like up to date. Pretty dope, man. I hate I didn't get into it a little longer. I should have because I really do need to like market and stuff. But it's like really good. And for the price, that's one that again, I'm more concerned about the money that you spend. That's kind of why I can't help them with the deal. And again, it kind of fell in my lap with them. Their software, their stuff, because I didn't have to build it. But it's me and my input and the whole vision behind it, basically. Just making it what it is. So I can think of. So hold on, let me take this down. So if you want, let me put it in the chat for y'all to sign up. And when you do sign up, what they're doing is tracking time frames to when people signing up to where you basically getting a one-on-one. What you gonna get a couple of things. The one-on-one is basically me giving you a game plan. It's kind of like a hot seat. So in masterminds I paid for, and I even spoke at the last sub two masterminds. I've been in like 4 of them. We do what we call hot seats inside of that. The value of a hot seat is that you get a roadmap. Only thing you need to do is just stick to according is tailored to who you are in terms of your investing journey, like everything is tailored to you. So long as you follow, you should be good. That's the kind of premise of it, you know. So I'm gonna do a one-on-one hot seat with the persons, but also the weekly call that we have is going over like where you at your business, like accountability problem. So you want to be around what you call the campfire effect. You know, if you're around more people that doing deals, doing business, you have no choice but to become what they are if that's your goal, right? It's kind of like you surrounded by a lot of people that's doing good in business. You're going to be the next person to do so, or you just don't, or they're just going to outgrow you. They're going to elevate past you. You know, just how it happens. So all you got to do is check your circle, and you can kind of tell how you doing in life, your friends and everything. Just evaluate them. That tell you a lot where you at right now. Super important. I'm super conscious who I be around. That's why I'm around myself a lot. 100%. So aimleads.io, and I'm setting it up. I'm setting it up. I'm trying to figure it out, right? Because it costs money, believe it or not. When you do affiliate, when you set those platforms up, it's a charge, right? It's one that doesn't. I think it's called Bill Pay. I'm trying to talk to them, and that way it's easier for you. So again, because if it's $60, imagine what they are doing, what their cost is. You know what I mean? So that's basically giving it to you now for 50, basically, when you affiliate. Um, then what else is it? So I said affiliate. I said the one-on-one, the weekly call. Oh yeah, the Facebook group, right? Because you'll automatically be inside of this another Facebook group as well as the free Facebook group. I hope y'all inside my free Facebook group. If you're not, Real Estate Strategies by Chad Glover. I'm trying to grow this to like 1,000 people. Real Estate Strategies by Chad Glover. Think that's it. Yeah. No, it's Creative Real Estate. I don't know the name of my own group. It's Creative Real Estate Strategies by Chad Glover. Sorry. Let me put that in. Well, y'all got it. So happening, I do like live stuff in there. Oh shoot. What the I locked my screen. I went blank for a second. I made a mistake and locked my screen. So um yeah, happened. This is let me show y'all this one thing real quick. This is what the ebook is. It's like really good, trust me. What is that? I don't know. Yes, this is it. So when you put in compebook.info, you just fill out your stuff and it'll and just check that. It'll let you get a download. But this is what it does when you do, if you want it to. Let me put my email. Shoot, I'm clicking the thing on my iPad. And then once you submit it, you can upgrade or you can just say no thanks. If you do the upgrade, it's gonna say $9.97 for like the group where we get more deep into like deals and stuff like that and trying to like break down because it's comp. So I want to like make sure you understand that part of it. But if you don't, just say no thanks, and it's gonna give you the ebook. Then it's gonna ask you again, of course, or you can just download it if you want. And this goes into it. Pretty dope. And it's gonna give it to you once you do it. So see how it goes into like bedroom count, investor tips and stuff like that. I try to minimize it because I didn't want to go like too crazy with it. Because I don't want people just to look at it like, okay, you know, kind of take you off your thing. That wasn't my goal with it. All right, cool. Let's get back into this. All right, we left off. I want to, so it's a reason why I'm going through this stuff, y'all, because I think it's important that people don't be knowing these terms. And the stuff I'm going is literally from experience of helping and talking to people. Like they will ask me, for example, about insurance, right? And this is important. So we're going back to sub to y'all and creative deals. We're on creative time right now. Why is insurance so important? Because if you do it too fast, you're gonna get the due on sale clause. If you wait too long, it's gonna replace it with lender placed insurance and it's super high. Trust me. It's freaking they got one for mine. My thing went from no, that was property taxes in South Carolina. So a pro tip, if you buying properties in South Carolina, you put in your LLC, just get ready for your property tax to shoot through the roof. I can promise you. So that's what they did to me. I ended up putting it back in my personal name while I had it empty. So when people get in it, I'm gonna push it back to my own name, my LLC. Because you don't want your name to be on a rental property because they fall or something like that. Oh, it's going down. I don't know if it's different from Deal Sauce. I'm actually part owner of Deal Sauce because I'm, owners club, but I've never used it. Just being honest, you know what I mean? And I don't even know what it costs, what Deal Sauce costs, honestly. Residential, yeah. Listen, they hit me. My taxes went from $85. No lie, I wish it still shown what it is, just to prove to you. And that thing said 3,000. I promise you. And what it is because of the freaking property taxes down there. That thing went through the roof. 500. I'm telling you. See? So y'all, I'm lying. Yeah. Just so you don't know, I am telling that lie. It happened in Jalen too. South Carolina, Bishop. I'm telling you. My property's in York. And listen, man, I seen that bill, my mortgage. I said, oh my God, that thing was 320, 2970, something like that. Something crazy. Trust me. But anyway, insurance is super, super, super important. I use a place like State Farm. I'm gonna go talk to Nationwide too. Um, if they fall is going down. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I didn't even notice I did that, Sean. I like that. That's like a double entendre, huh? Yeah, but yeah, if they fall in your house in your personal name, they sue you, it's going under your personal name. 100%. They coming out to their personal name. So insurance is super, super, super important. Also, it's important, y'all, when y'all start doing joint ventures, man, get everything in like super detailed writing. So for example, I had one, I still am getting them out of it now. And I even have one with a lender, right? That we real cool and we have actually own all this stuff together. But they had a mental thing, right? I'm finding it out now because I'm talking to them like something wrong. You know what I mean? You know how you can just tell when some memory isn't right. Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate you hopping on. But you need something, Max, man. Tap right into me. I know you kind of know all of this stuff, so this is like sleepy time to you. But I think you still got my number, man. Just text me, bro. We'll hop on and do some more advanced stuff. My next one gonna be a little more advanced. I had to do this for some certain people for sure. Appreciate you hopping on, man. Later. All right, hold on for a second. All right, let me look. Okay, yeah, cool. All right, so what was I saying? Joint ventures. So it's like really important, y'all, that y'all have. I'm talking detail type stuff because on it literally have a contract is stating a time limit, but it says like when it sells. But our conversation was according to sell to the agents. Agents have like 3 or 6 months, or some have actually have a year. Like you don't read it, like legit, they'll have like a year time frame on that stuff. Crazy. I've seen it. But there was a time frame. But of course, in 6 months, you either gonna refinance or expire the listing or something. You won't keep it basically, and then you just pay them off like with your own money or replace with another lender. But they start going through stuff like personal stuff, and then I start hearing like how they talking is their memory. So that's the issue. So now I'm like, just hey, here you go. But it's now there's a person that you cool with, and you won't it messes your relationship up based off of that. But if you have it always detailed, I'm talking about to the stuff you think don't matter. And if what will come up, you can't dispute it. It won't be an issue. It's still not an issue. I'm not saying it's like a super issue or nothing. But happen to reiterate, that's the issue. Like you don't have to reiterate. You want to go to the paperwork. Even though one paperwork does say exactly what it is. You know, when you're thinking of a property, we actually own another house that I brought them in on. And the same thing is that they don't remember all of the stuff. And so I have to go through it again and say, okay, here you go. Here go the emails. Here go the the contract. Here go the deed, like all of the stuff, instead of just, hey, if this happened, he go to this, you know. So joint ventures and whatever you get into, man, that is stuff detailed. I don't care what's what, and it minimizes a lot of like conversation for sure. Like, trust me. And you just want to keep records on this stuff. One thing I do want to talk about, y'all, I ain't gonna hold y'all too long because this is like a lot of this stuff is gonna be inside of the community, but it's more way better than this stuff. But when you think of a loan, right? Why you don't want like a reverse mortgage? What would you think? Why you wouldn't want to take on a reverse mortgage, or can you take on a reverse mortgage? So let me see if I can. Can I unmute y'all? Let me see if I can let y'all talk. Where's the participants at? Unmute. Oh, okay. Hold on. Mute themselves. Okay. Yeah, y'all can unmute yourself. I think you can now. It's you
Yeah, it's
know.
good now.
Okay, perfect. So why would you not want to have hold? Y'all give me like 3 minutes. All right. So what would we talking about? Oh, reverse mortgages. Why you think you wouldn't want to have, or you can, but what you got to do with the reverse mortgage? Thinking of subject to, or taking on something subject to.
Man, you go over what a reverse mortgage is before we answer that. So I can.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Let me do a better job of
With,
doing it. All right. So when you think of reverse mortgage, when people get reverse mortgages, they are they can't pay, right? Typically, some of them be a little older too, like up in age when they really qualifying for this thing. So what it means is like they don't pay nothing no more. Only thing they pay is you got to keep your taxes up because they don't do like a escrow. So you have like a tax and insurance. That's your responsibility. With a normal mortgage, they have an escrow. So that mortgage payment you paying is going towards at the end of the year, they're going to send a check to your property tax, like to your county, as well as to your insurance provider. Reverse mortgage doesn't do that. It's just principal and interest. They are basically paying those things, or they take over that loan and they basically, it's like what it sounds like reverse. It's like going up. So what happens is they are banking on you to die. I know that sounds like morbid, but that's what's happening. That's why it's like later. So that means if you ever get a reverse mortgage and you sub to it, they're gonna see it. And then as soon as they see it, they're gonna call the loan due like immediately because they want the house. They don't want you to pay it. That's how they're gonna make money. Because remember you qualified to get this. So they done ran through, okay, we can make this off of, we do this. And this is the time basically that they have left. It's like sounds again crazy morbid, but it's what's happening. So you can get it, but what you have to do is like no doubt about it, you have to go in and fix and flip that thing like ASAP. Meaning like when you closing the stuff, you got a short window before you're gonna have to, cause they want their money. It's gonna show how much it's owed, right? So you gotta get it, fix and flip it, and then like list it and get it sold, and they get their money and you get what's ever left. You can't hold a sub too long, right? I mean, excuse me, a reverse mortgage sub too, because you can't hold it a long time. They're gonna see it. They're gonna call it, and you're not gonna be able to tell them we deeding it back into their name because the owner is no longer here, passed away. You can't, it's no trust or anything like that. You see? So you don't want to do that. You don't want to hold a reverse mortgage, for example. Any other way you can. Trust me. Other stuff, no, sir. It's not gonna work. Oh shit. Let me see. What else? Oh, what else? Trying to something's just gonna be tied around. Okay, maturity dates is important too, right? They only maturity dates ain't as important when you're taking over a property subject to, because that's basically, when the loan gonna pay off. You're not gonna hold a subject to note for like the duration of the maturity date. It's just not, you just won't do it. You're gonna eventually refinance and do all of the things. And well, what helps you though when you are buying a property subject to and you're talking to the seller, one of the things that they may ask you is how long it's going to stay in their name. And your answer is always going to be like, well, I probably refinance like later on down the road when it's equity in the building into the property. But I mean, it can stay there as the duration of the loan, as long as I'm, paying on it and keeping everything up, you know. But you won't. You just won't hold it that long. You're not gonna hold nothing for an entire 30 years. I mean, you won't even do your own personal home like that before you refinance it out, you know. So that's one way of a conversational piece. That's kind of what I call it when you're doing like marketing and you talking to like sellers. You want to have like the questions that they would come up with, right? like what is the due on sale. That's like the number one thing you want to make them understand, as well as that you're not assuming the mortgage, you are taking it over sub two. And what's the difference between the two?
Assuming it would basically just mean that you're basically just buying the interest rate, right?
You can say that. It's
To
kind
an
of like,
extent.
yeah.
Are you getting a new
Right here.
loan? You're getting a loan in your name, but keeping their interest rate.
Kind of say that. That's pretty good. It's kind of the same thing as you say you're buying an interest rate. You're basically buying their exact terms of that loan. It don't change. You know, whatever the payments is, with the interest rate, etc., it's gonna go off of your credit. That's the key. You know what I mean? So
Right.
if your credit ain't right, then it's no way that they going for it.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So let me take this off. All right, perfect. So that's the key, because you will hear when you saying this to agents a lot of times, they would think that you are saying you are assuming the mortgage, right? And you it's important you say that, because I literally done this yesterday to a seller, a agent out of Pittsburgh, and she used that term assuming. I said, no, I'm not assuming it. I'm taking this up too to take. You say, yeah, that's what I mean. I say, no, but if you say that, he may not think. He may think something different. I mean, even though she knew exactly what I was talking about when it comes to sub two, you know. Um, but yeah, it's important to have that like super understood. Like even when they said, because again, she knows exactly what I'm talking about, sub two. But for whatever reason, she said assume. She said you're assuming the mortgage. She said it again. I'm like, no, that's not what I'm doing. She said, oh yeah, nah, this is what you say. Yeah, right. Don't, because if you say that again, it's going to make him like I'm about to take his name off of the mortgage, and that won't be the case. You know what I mean? And the seller understands, because I'm really good with like breaking stuff down, so it's super transparency. That's so important, and even the documents I give, it has um seller acknowledgments of what they actually this transaction entails, as well as what it's subject to. It's like spelled out clear, you know. So it doesn't matter. They can't dispute it if they ever try to say, "Oh, I didn't know," et cetera, et cetera. No, it's literally in there, and we go over it in depth. Like the TCs go over it in depth, 100%. One thing that's like that's really the thing when it comes to sub two is like the cash flow, right? So the prices don't really matter. Uh, it don't really, it's not, it doesn't hold a lot of weight to in terms of, now I don't want to tell you to pay $50,000 more and you gotta pay that off in 3 years. I mean, like that don't make sense, right? Because it ain't gonna appraise probably for $50,000 more, you know. But if you don't, if they're gonna hold it for like 10 years or so, and don't want you to never balloon for 10, 15 years, then yeah, you can offer $50,000 more, 100%. Because by the time it get to there, it's going to be worth more than 50,000, unless you're in a bad neighborhood. So I'm using that number 50,000 just as an example to understand that the price that you buying a house subject to is not as important as the terms that you buying the subject to on. That's the important part. You see what I'm saying? So, for example, if you got a house that say $300,000 today, like in today's market, this is the ARV, right? It can have a mortgage of shoot 270. Don't matter, just say 270. So it's no equity, remaining balance. Is this stuff helpful or is like redundant? Y'all can like tell me. You know, I have like really tough skin. You can
It's
tell.
very helpful. Yeah, I mean, very helpful.
Yeah,
Keep preaching. It's
yeah.
very helpful.
Like you can literally tell me, like, bro, he's like, don't do that. You know what I mean? I have real tough skin. So so you have a 270,000 remaining balance. ARV 300,000. It has a say 5% interest rate and just 25 years remaining on the mortgage. Right. This is when it gets interesting. So I'm gonna do this way first. I'm gonna do this way first. This is gonna be like pretty cool. This is the type of stuff I love because I like talking to people. I like talking to sellers, as you can probably see. So 25 years amortized. This really don't even matter, right? I don't even care about this part right here, honestly. But I'm gonna show it to y'all for this purpose. 25, 5% interest rate. I can go to the person, right? This is what people make. This is a cool talking point, y'all. So check this out. You can say people would look at this and say, "Oh, you got 30,000 in equity." They don't have 30,000 in equity. The true equity, the real net of that sale price is going to be after commission and closing costs, right? After commission and closing costs, right? That's the true equity that you have in the property, whatever left over after the sale, not just the difference. But this is how that helps you when you're doing a closing, right? You can be talking to them and say, "Hey, oh yeah, it look like the house is around there selling for like 300,000." Remember, everything is psychological. You are setting up what your ultimate goal is, which is to buy at 72, and you understanding the price doesn't matter. The terms is what makes sense. So if you say, "Hey, I see the house is probably like 300,000," um, you have a remaining balance of around 270,000 on it. So you don't really have 30,000 equity in it because once you take closing costs off and commission pays, you probably rush around. And then I do like the real math on it, right? I take 0.90 off. This one I take like 10% off, right? I don't do the 8% off. I go to 10 because I want to be like cushiony. So I say that takes it down to 270. See what I'm saying? So you basically your remaining balance is what you basically walk away the table, none that you're looking to sell that way. But what I'm looking to do is that, and it needs some repairs because remember they live in it. I gotta come do a little touch up, so I'm gonna throw that out there too. I'll be like, hey, yeah, I gotta do a little repair too, like probably just a little paint and floor. That's like normal. They're probably like 5-10 grand. Um, so now I'm at 260 for real, you know, in terms of what I would need to be at if I wanted to like break even. But who want to break even when they buying a house cash? Like nobody, right? Don't make sense. So with sub two, you always want to put out there you always want to put out there cash at least 2 to 3 times, depending on how your conversation going. Cash offers first, because that's paying. You're offering cash to make them see why cash don't work. You already know it don't work. You just need to make them see it because a person you can't convince a person against what they believe in. Like if you are strongly convicted that your property is worth 500,000, there's no way I'm about to convince you otherwise, right? I had to show you stuff. I had to like do some ninja stuff just to bring you down. But if you can clearly articulate it to them why you would have to have this and without making them realize it, like I wouldn't say, hey, your house is worth 300,000 and I can only you have 270 came back and you can't sell it to that or you're gonna bring money to the table. I would say something like, so with being that your house is around 300,000, would you think you have to bring money to the table? Like if it's a bit that with that balance on it, you think you have to bring money to the table for that? Or you have to repair some stuff to try to get it at 300,000? I ask them a question and get them to tell me. You see what I'm saying? They gonna tell me no. Say, yeah, I have to do this and this. I said, oh, okay. I already know, but I want them to convince. I'm basically have them start selling me their house. That's what you're gonna do. You're gonna reverse the role, right? So now, once you get that out of the way, you say, well, I do things a number way, depending on the seller. If it's a foreclosure, you got plenty of options. You can give them a loan. You can do a loan modification. You give them money to move. Like it's all these different options. But if it's just a person who have none of that and just a house they want to sell, they need to just get off none of it. They may not can't take the payment no more. Whatever the case may be, you're just trying to make it to where it makes sense for them to get off and under it. Kind of like the deal I did in Rocky Mount, for example. I just made sense to her where you don't have to worry about this no more. You see what I'm saying? She's not in pre-foreclosure. She behind on the payment, but I think that's by design because she's gonna move. You know what I mean? But you don't want to have a bad record, her name on the bad record. Some say, hey, I do this for you and still give you some moves. Like, oh shit, this is freaking amazing. You see what I'm saying? So the same thing you do to them, they don't understand it. Cash don't work because of this. But hey, how about this? This is what I'm gonna do. I see you basically have to bring money to the table and you looking to go rent. Whatever the situation is, you're just gonna go say rent or go buy another house. Sometimes they already got another house. You say you already got the down payment for your other house. Do we already clearly see that this is not because you can't give them money just to give them money? You see what I'm saying? Because it don't make sense. So you can be like, hey, so what I can do, how about I take care of the closing costs and I give you like 5, 10,000 at closing. And then I just take it over, keep it in my name, make all the payments on time every month to where in a year's time, whenever you get back on your feet, you can just go get another loan because the rules state your lender want to see that you're not responsible for the loan. And if it's out that year, they already know you're not responsible for it. So they know that DTI, meaning that your debt to income for that payment, not your debt to income in terms of your assets and what you like cars and all that when you get another mortgage, but that payment you have that you're not responsible for. And I'm gonna just put it on like I'm leasing it from you or doing a lease option, just whatever they may need. A lot of times it's out of that, so they don't even ask you for it. So if that's something you may be okay with, if you think you may be okay with holding that note for a little time while I just build up some equity in it, I'm gonna still get you some money out of it. And then be like, yeah, that sounds pretty good. Tell me more. Now that's when you get like super, like you're talking to a fifth grade. You don't use terms like subject to. You don't say due on sale to the end, right? If they don't ask you that, you say, hey, you have any questions for me? And then you like, no. Well, one question I would ask myself is, what is a due on sale, right? So now when you explain that to them, they then give you another level of credibility because they see you as like, yo, this man just basically told me something I didn't even know about. You know what I mean? So it separates you again from the rest of the field. So when it comes to what we talking about while we started this conversation is net. So if I got 270 and say if he say, nah, I want to say if he think his house worth 320, you know, or 350 or whatever. Say, okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm willing to give you $320,000 purchase price. I'm gonna give you $10,000 down, and then I'm gonna pay you every month. So now you turn it into a hybrid without you saying hybrid. You know, you don't never want to use certain type of term. Hold on, what you say right here? I just seen this in the chat. Let's see. This old. A lady in Myrtle Beach who bought their home for 15 years ago. Now they need to sell it and they're trying to sell it for I'm not sure what reason is yet. She's trying to get in touch with her. So the reason being she bought it when the market was high, you know. So when COVID was here, sorry y'all, I'm reading this comment. Jalen wrote, not trying to take your shine, but why is this thing in my way right here? I don't want to delete the comment. Is that what it has to do? Okay, let me do that. Okay, not take your shine, but I think I found a lady in Myrtle Beach who bought her home for 539,000 2 years ago, and now they need to sell it, and they trying to sell it for 499. Not sure what her reason is yet. She's trying to get in touch with her. So two things could have happened. She could have paid this down. She could have put down a larger down payment just because you see it. Just because you see they bought it for 539 doesn't mean that she didn't put like 50,000, 60, 70,000 on it. Or it could be that they're trying to get off and under it and it's at 499. You see what I'm saying?
So basically I wasn't finished typing it and I was trying to wait until you got done talking, but I accidentally hit the button. But basically, what I was trying to say is she had it on the market for a little while, for like 570 something. Had to put it down a couple. She took it down a whole lot. Had it under contract. The buyer, something happened on the buyer's end, and then now she has it again and dropped it from 539 down all the way to 499 after putting it back on the market.
Mm-hmm.
She really needs it gone, but I'm not sure what's going on. I was going to ask you, how would you sub to that if that would even be a deal? I mean, it's a 5-bedroom, 2-story house. I think it's like
I'm pretty sure.
40,000 square foot.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you get it at 499, her mortgage is less than 499.
Gotcha.
Yeah, 100%. She already got it under 499. She wouldn't sell it. So a person would never list a house less than what they owe for, right?
Gotcha.
The issue is that they got it listed for close to what they owe because they don't want to have to bring money to the table.
Right.
And so, but the house doesn't be updated enough in order for them to be able to sell it at that price they're asking for. That's why it sits a long time. Because they don't want to put money into it because it's basically like it's out of pocket. It's like bringing money to the table. So I'm pretty sure if you go research her home, you will see she has a note on it and it's close to it or it's under it at 499. They would never sell a house less than what the mortgage is.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask you, how would you try to, do you think something like that would probably be like a sub 2?
Yeah, it can be a sub 2. So when you think of sub 2 is when you think, excuse me, go ahead.
No, I was done.
Oh, okay. Sorry. It sounded like we were echoing. So when you think of a sub 2 or creative finance, you got different strategies, right? So you have hybrid, you have sub 2, you have seller carryback, you have novation, right? You have subtail, you have hotel, you have all these different strategies, right? So that means that say this house is 499, but the ARV really is 560, 570, 579, like she had it, right? She put it at 579 for a reason, right? And you can research and say, oh yeah, it really is that amount, right? So you can go to them with a creative offer. Say, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and fix up the cabinets, put $10,000 into it, and if it is for 579, right? You'll go at 8% off, you'll walk away with 532,680, right? So if you minus 499 that she won't, you walk away with $33,600. But if you would have closed on it, right? Say you would have closed on it and then fix it up, then closed on it again, you wouldn't have been able to do that because you would have lost that. You would have paid commission twice. You wouldn't have made it. So a novation deal allows you to take it over, take control of it, I should say, before you close it, fix it up, and then give them their agreed upon price. And you wouldn't even agree to the 499. You'll go under a little bit. You just wouldn't go over that much because he or she or the seller, I should say, is not going to go for it. So you want to go some, because your goal is I can't wholesale it, but I can fix it up and list it real fast. You see what I'm saying? And make 30, 40 grand rather than making nothing. That makes sense?
Yes, sir.
Perfect.
But I do know the property that she bought was a new build 2 years ago. So probably don't need no fixing up other than the wear and tear for the 2 years.
Right. So how you gauge it, right, Jalen? Is if it's listed at 499, right? Somebody has offered her less already, 100%. Right. So that's telling me that the market isn't what it is at the area where she bought it at. Or something with the house is not there. And it could be the interest rates that's going on right now where it turns into a buyer's market. Remember, we are in a buyer's market, meaning that I can choose to buy your house, but shoot, I got 5 other options over here, So I'm gonna go with the best bang for my money.
Right.
That's what's happening in the market. You see what I'm saying? So those are the things you just do an analyze you just be doing a conversation with. It's like digging deeper and trying to find out what's really going on with the property, meaning the seller. Like, what's her real issue? Not that you want to sell a house. What is she selling the house for? Okay, I need to
Right.
move. What is it that you're moving for? Oh, you got another job. Oh, it's urgent. You need to move over there in the next 2 weeks. So that's the urgency. You see what I'm saying? So that's
Right.
like really, you really trying to find the real problem to solve. Because the problem that you are solving equals the reward that you get. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So cool. Everybody good with that? Appreciate that question, Jalen.
Thank you.
Mhm. Cool. Cool, cool. So when you think of this right here, when I don't care about like the net or excuse me, like this don't matter. Or even this, the purchase price. This is what I'm going after, the 5%. So that means I got different options. Say this is a $1,500 a month PITI, principal, interest, taxes, insurance. That's what you call pity, right? So when you think of pity, which is comprises of your entire mortgage, you like, what's the maximize? How can I maximize this space? If I'm doing the minimum when you underwriting this, you want to make sure that it can rent. You see what I'm saying? You want to 100% make sure it can rent. Make sure it can rent out, right? Now, if now what's the highest and best use of the house? Just like the highest and best use of your time. You know, this is the highest and best use of my time. You know, it's like talking to y'all, like having these uh sessions and stuff like that. You know, I like it. I mean, I don't even put value on this. Honestly, it's probably tons of stuff I could be doing. Honestly, but I like it. So that was a better analogy. This is not. This is don't even count in terms of highest and best use. Highest and best use is like if you are cold calling. I should never cold call. Right? If I'm cold calling, that's me trying to do like content, trying to show somebody something or the audience or uh like the community or people on my Instagram, whatever, that don't know or YouTube. You know what I mean? I wouldn't do that for like long periods of time. Because I'm a closer. As you can tell, I know how to close a deal. That's my highest and best use, not the front of the deal. So when you think of this, it's like, okay, if I got it for 270, or even if I just say I'm gonna give you the full 300,000, they be like, oh, okay, that sounds pretty cool. Because I'm gonna be able to justify giving you 10,000 basically. But I can now take and say 3% times the 300,000, right? And that's 9,000, right? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna say 9,000 times I'm gonna say 5 years, 45,000. So that means that I can say when I do a lease option to somebody, I'm gonna say I'm gonna sell you this house for 345,000 at 8%, which is normal, right? You can actually go up to 12, 15, because it's a homestead buyer. It's what you call a penalty box buyer, right? I'm at 8% interest, and hold on, let's do the math. Let's do the math. So if y'all don't know, you can use this tool called, what is it called? It's a calculator, amortization calculator. Carl's mortgage calculator. I got it on my phone. Or you can use bank rate, whatever you good with, whatever you want to do. So what you do, I got 345. I say 345. Enter. Down payment. That's where it gets really cool. I can say, give me a down payment of 30,000. You know, that's less than 10%. If I want to go get it done faster, I can just say give me a down payment of 20,000. Hold on. I didn't put nothing in there. 20000. Enter. And then remember, oh shoot, I'm sorry. 8% for 30 years, and that brings my payment to PI is this right here. $2,384.73, right? And that's without taxes and insurance. I won't get too deep in that because that may take you down a rabbit hole right there. But let me move this out of my way. So let me show y'all the difference. Now remember that number. What is that? $2,384.73. Now check this out. 300,000, and this is underwriting. And I only gave you. Don't worry about the down payment because the down payment it doesn't matter for what I'm about to show you. I'm gonna tell you why that doesn't make. I don't care about that right now. This is their mortgage payment, $1,610.46, right? Like say if they did put 5% down or say if they put 3.5 down on it at closing, like a first-time home buyer, they put 10,005 down. So the payment is 1,554.10. That's why I was kind of close when I said 1,500. But check, you see how much difference that is right there? That's almost like what was it? 20, what was that? What we said it was? 2384? That's how you almost like that's $800 a month you cash flowing, right? And the other cool part is you did this on a lease option, right? That means that you're not the landlord no more. They are taking care of your own house on a lease option. It's kind of like the same rules as a wrap, but it's different with a wrap. The reason why I put the 9,000 on it, for example, the reason why I said 9,000 because this is inflation. It's going to inflate at least. It's traditionally say between like 3% is what your houses will go up like every year if you're in certain neighborhoods, right? More affluent neighborhood go up even higher. It's in certain neighborhoods it don't really appreciate like that, especially if it's like a war zone or I feel bad like drug area, right? It's not going to appreciate that, right? Because nobody want to come there. What makes it appreciate because where people want to move to, good schools, it's safe, all of the things, safe to amenities. It's kind of like too, not to get back into comping, but save you downtown, right? Parking isn't that big of a deal to you as opposed if you in the suburbs, right? You want a garage in the suburbs, you want your own private parking. And would you buying a house in like uptown Charlotte, you ain't buying it for parking. You're not buying that house or condo or townhome or apartments that they sell up there for parking. You buying it for what it's close to. That's why the prices be akin to a house that's back in the suburbs. So that's what I mean by the company rule. That's why the company rule books is so good. It helps you kind of evaluate, like get the understanding of why you wouldn't compare a uptown house or condo to a suburb anyway, right? You go towards that. But the reason my point is when you're thinking of this number, this can shoot up high. This can go to 5%. But in 5 years, they're going to exercise their option to buy 340,000, 45,000. You can't change this number. It's in stone. So you could be losing. You know what I mean? You guys should be losing money. Not technically losing money, but not getting what you really should sell for it in 5 years. You know what I mean? But I ain't gonna say gamble, but that's how you underwrite it to make it make sense. You know what I mean? To a lease option. Now, if you wrapping it, man, you can say 350, 360, 100%. And they'll still buy it because they buying it for like the long term. They may have a balloon in 10 years, you know? You can't put a balloon in 5 years and you don't win up 60 grand. I've never done that, by the way. But if people do, then like just be prepared. You cannot offer. There's no way. You know what I mean? But if someone offered me a balloon, like I have one of my first properties I ever did, that it was a seller finance, and they wanted 3% with an 8-year balloon. I wrapped it at 7% with a 7-year balloon. Why did I do a year earlier? Right? Because if he can't refinance, I can take it back and refinance it myself. I got time, rather than defaulting. You see what I'm saying? So you always want to have that understanding when you now acquiring it, now what you want to do with it on the disposition side, you know? So that's like net, right? That's like the net profit. So now we at the operating agreement. This is not too important unless you like. So operating agreement does become important when you have holding companies. You're trying to open up banks. They want to see, especially when you're doing it right, when you're going through like certified business pro, right? They're gonna set you up with the operating agreement, tell you what to do with it, because that's how you open up the bank, and it shows you the rules of engagement if you have a partner. Like if you leave, we break up, then this is telling us who gets what and what time of frame that you can get it. Right? You can get $100,000 with $10,000 every year, because you just starting the business. However you want to put it out to make your breakup cost. Your We y'all all divorcing, so to speak, from y'all business arrangement. But also operating costs. When you think of operating costs, and you're a landlord, you want to think of, this is what you call a war chest, man. You putting like 10, 15, 20%, depending on what the house is, back every month, and depending on how you have, as well as depending on how much you have, like, put into the house. So if you rehab it like top to bottom, like you don't have to put a lot of rehab costs to the side yet. It's rehab. You rehab it top to bottom. You know it's a brand new house. So you don't want to put that much to the side. But as time go on, oh yeah, you want to have a war chest because something gonna happen. You see what I'm saying? So you want to think of money and repairs instead of stuff sneaking up on you for sure. We just talked about the price. Doesn't really matter when it comes to a sub two deal. It matters if you're getting a balloon, and if you don't want to over leverage yourself either. Like say if a due on sale come around. How do you get around a due on sale? You either got to put it back in a quick claim it back to the seller and then put them in a land trust where you are the beneficiary, or you refinancing it out, refinancing them out of the property altogether. You see what I'm saying? So that's when the price makes like sense. So I do quick claims on houses, but it's when I'm the owner and I'm bringing in a partner, or I'm buying it from somebody that I know has kept up the mortgage, right? The only issue is sometimes when you do quick claim and you go back to refi, they be questioning it. Okay, what's happening here? You know what I mean? Because I found out in Memphis when I first started, there was a group of people. Man, I don't know how they was doing it, but they was scamming so freaking hard. They was forging quick claims, right? And selling houses to people. So I got a deal. Oh man, I thought I was about to come up, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. This deal was so good. And he was with it. I had 2 houses I was about to wholesale. Mind you, I'm just starting this stuff. Memphis is why I virtually wholesale, because I didn't realize virtual wholesale. I can virtual wholesale inside of North Carolina too, y'all. So that just shows you my evolution in itself. When the world shut down and we couldn't go knock on doors and hand them contracts, I'm like, what the freak I'm gonna do? And I learned about virtual wholesaling, which essentially just DocuSign. Once I learned DocuSign, it was over with. I went all the way to Memphis instead of doing it in my own backyard. And I got my first deal over there. But before then, this guy had a deal. I sent the contract to the title. The title attorney called me. That's when I knew something was right. I ain't never had, you don't talk to the attorney, you talk to paralegals. You know what I mean? The freaking attorney called me and said, hey, about this deal. I said, you got two contracts? I said, yeah. What's going on with it? I said, nah, right. I said, I got the EMD coming. I said, no, that ain't it. So I did a thing on it, and the owners that the one that you got under this contract that's on here, he's not the owner. I said, what you mean? He said, no, no, no. That's what is the wrong name? I said, nah. Then he kind of realized that I wasn't in on the scam. That's what it sounded like, because he got like real frank with me. Said, yeah. I said, okay, yeah, I'm gonna just tell you. So it's these people that's been going around. So they've been trying to track them down for like years. They move and they change their name, they put fake names, all of this stuff. And that's what happened to who sold him this house. So the guy had bought the house from them on a fraudulent quick claim. So now you stuck. Only thing you can do is keep quick claiming. That's it. Because the quick claim, remember, doesn't check for liens. It doesn't do no title search, no nothing. You see what I'm saying? So you can keep quick claiming all day, but when it comes time to refinance, do all the stuff you want to do, oh no, you stuck because nobody's going to insure it. See what I'm saying? And that's what will happen. So when you ever get a quick claim on somebody, man, like do your due diligence unless you know the person that you quit claiming it from, because it helps with like closing costs. You want to keep just paying closing costs you ain't got to. You know what I mean? Because you know the mortgage is up, it's good. But again, it does hurt you sometimes when it comes to like a refinance. So just do your due diligence if you're doing like quick claim deeds and stuff like that. One of the things that's important too is the interest rates, man. Right now, the interest rates are high. That's why you see property sitting on the market long, because you can still sell a house for like 200,000, 175, like them low 300s. Like they moving all right in certain areas. But when you get to the 4 to 5 to 8s and all that, that's a certain amount of pool of buyers, and it's a shorter pool. Now they still selling because rich people don't care what season it is, right? They still gonna have money. It don't matter. But their pool is small, so your house stay a little longer. So you just want to be conscious too. Like if you got a 6.6% interest rate, PIT house says 2,700, it's gonna be hard to rent. So what you got to do on your disposition side, rent by the room, right? You got to rent it by the room. You got to double them up. That's how you're gonna make this make sense. You got to do co-living out of it, or you're gonna have to wrap it for 8% and get a higher. You're gonna have to wrap it or do co-living to get like 8% or whatever. You see what I'm saying? And a higher purchase price, like we did up top with the underwriting. It's literally what you got to do. That makes sense. All right. Now, subject
Makes
to.
sense. Yeah, it makes sense.
All right. Perfect. Subject to is what is the long term is subject to the existing debt staying in place. And I can show you the publication from the IRS. What is this? Crescent Hero. What is that? Oh, that's a deal. I'm saying it. Trying to figure out what I've got going on right here. That's the thing I'm trying to lock up. What I was saying. Oh, hold on. IRS publication 936, I think it is. Yeah. So it say home mortgage interest. So y'all, this is like a game changer. If you go see right here where it says with my finger, it says wraparound mortgage. This one, it'll take you right down here to it. Hold on, did I hit it? Yeah. See right here, wraparound mortgage. Oh, it ain't gonna let me write on this, sorry. But you can see it. Wraparound mortgage. It's saying, and so this thing is basically talking about, let me take you to the top, secured debt, right? You can deduct your home mortgage interest only if your mortgage is a secured debt. A secured debt is one in which you sign an instrument, such as the mortgage, deed of trust, name contract, right? That's secured. Like your mortgage is secured on this home and making it get, that's why you can write your interest out on your properties on your taxes and hit with your taxes. But it gives an example. Literally says Ari owns a home subject to a mortgage of 40,000. Ari sells the home for 100,000 to Palmer, who takes it subject to the $40,000 mortgage. You can't get no plainer than that right there. 100%. That's all you need to show somebody if they ever get to talking about legality. Why would this IRS publication literally talk about a wraparound mortgage, which is subject to? You have so wraparound, y'all, is literally what it sounds like. It ain't too deep. It's me having a mortgage. This is the mortgage. and I take terms and wrap around this mortgage, and now I'm selling it to this person. That's all it is saying. I'm wrapping around my terms around this mortgage, and I'm selling it to John. That's all it is, right? So you literally can just go here. It literally said it's subject to the $40,000 mortgage. So, and this is a hybrid. This is what's so dope about this one. It says Ari continues to make payments on a $40,000 note, right? Because her mortgage has a $40,000 secured note, right? So she got to keep making the payments on it, right? Because it's subject to. Palmer pays $10,000 down, which leaves $90,000 note secured by a wraparound mortgage on the home. No, it said note secured by a wraparound mortgage on the home. Ari doesn't record or otherwise perfect the 90,000 mortgage under the state law that applies. It's different laws in each thing what makes you what you can with the interest law. That's why I said it like that, right? Therefore, the mortgage isn't a secured debt, and Palmer can't deduct any of the interest paid on his home mortgage interest. So, what Ari did, right? What this is saying, Ari took her home, sold it to Palmer. She got 50,000 in seller carryback, right? Because Palmer gave her $10,000 down. So if you look, you don't even get into the payments though. And it just say $90,000 note secured by a mortgage on a home, right? So it don't tell you that Palmer is actually paying Ari some money, because of course you just ain't gonna pay the mortgage and he owe me 50,000, right? Right. So it just ain't talking about the payments. But the mistake Ari done is that she didn't record it at the county. She just probably got a promissory note. She didn't get like a deed of trust, everything to give him, and that gets recorded to show that he is on this property. He is on this deed, and he's like legit making payments on it, and they can research it and see it, because that's what he can now take at the end of the year and file. Then I've been paying these mortgage interest payments in his home, and they give it back to him. That's right. So that's all this is saying. She didn't go secure it. We secures it every time. That's why we go to a title attorney. They did it like a seller finance on them on themselves, and just did a promissory note. It just ain't going that deep into it because they're not giving you a creative finance lesson right here. That makes sense?
Whole lot of sense.
Okay, cool. Everybody else good? Is y'all asleep? I know Elizabeth and Sean is always like working. No, Sean, you ain't on work no more.
I'm in.
Okay, perfect. Anna, is you good?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just listening in.
Okay, perfect. Just want to make sure I ain't losing y'all. Sometimes I can get a little too down the road. All right, perfect. So that's subject to you use that though, man. Whenever y'all ever talk to a seller or even agents. And then on their HUD statement, it literally says line 203 or line 503. It always says existing loans taken subject to. It's on every HUD statement. They just never paid no attention as a realtor. Perfect. Now we come to the cool stuff, the taxes. As we just stated, some places like South Carolina, the thing is going to go up. And it's too, you can take taxes and have it built to you. Like, so for example, I got a house, my PITI to the seller is only 58. To the buyer, they pay me 1588. It goes toward their note. But they pay me 17, it's over 1700 now. Just say 1700, easy math. It's 1658, but it's actually more because the property taxes went up and the insurance, right? So, but out of this, I'm escrowing. I'm basically being my own escrow. Because if you have to pay me, you see what I'm saying? So I'm gonna have to take this to get this paid. That's what I have to do. You know what I mean? So I don't want to leave it up to you because I'm still responsible for it. If you don't pay it, I can take the home back or whatever. So I escrow it, then I go pay it myself. Just had them log in at the tax office, and then I have my own insurance that's paid up for the year. And you know what I mean? And then I'm just paying it like that. That's literally what I does. So you can do it either one. Have them go pay it, their own taxes, get their own insurance, or you hold their insurance for them. All right, perfect. Then you want to be conscious of like usury laws too, right? When you're doing a lot of raps, it's a Dodd-Frank law. Like research this law. We ain't gonna get too much into like the law stuff, because again, disclaimers and all of that. But you want to look up Dodd-Frank laws, and you want to do a thing where you can get a loan officer. You go residential it's called RMLO. You can use them to basically underwrite your rap buyer. It doesn't disqualify them. It's just showing like, hey, this person said they can afford it, and this shows that they can. But and say if it come back, say you done more than I think is 3 to 5 raps in a year. 5, I think. I think it's 5. Or after you went over 5, you gotta now you can fall into the Dodd-Frank laws and stuff on raps, because you basically becoming a bank. See what I'm saying? You are creating notes. So look at the laws on usury and stuff like that. But also, when it comes to usury too, when you're doing a seller finance and they say 0% interest, oh shoot, my brain just went to sleep, y'all. But it's like this tax. Oh gosh, what is it called? If I wouldn't have switched up, I would have said it immediately. What is it called, y'all? It's like you got a imputed tax. That's it. It's a thing called imputed tax, to where now the IRS ain't gonna pay this no attention, y'all. But even an accountant would tell you this. But if a person know that, they won't sell to you for just 0%. They'll say 1%, right? Or 0 point. Well, you can look up what's the imputed tax for right now. You can Google that stuff. And they add that onto the note, because if the IRS see it and it's 0, they're gonna say, hey, we want you to pay the imputed tax after you sell, or after the note that you've been buying from them is complete. And they'd have to look it up. They can say we want our imputed tax for it, meaning whatever that 0.75 or that 1% that entire time, they want them to pay it. You know what I mean? So a seller who know that, they won't say 0%. They'll say like whatever the imputed tax for the year is, or what it is right now, and they add it to as interest. You know, it's literally like nothing. But keep that in mind. The most important thing too, and it's a reason why I acted V, because we're going down through that. We're about done, y'all. It's the vision, man. You gotta have like a clear vision of what it is that you want to do. Like, I can't stress it enough for who you are and what you want to do with this business, man. Because you can go too far really fast and you won't be developed for it. Uh, like what I call a self development into a landlord and managing and all of that stuff. Like for myself, I have like properties in like multiple states, and when I had to like get rid of people, the management knocked off. So some houses would just be sitting. And you think about it, I'm focused on, again, the highest and best use of what I like to do. And I'm thinking this is getting paid for, may not. I mean, it's getting paid, but it ain't being filled on time. That's kind of like the property we have right now with Raleigh Way, for example. John, it's trying to fill that. That got to get filled, because we're now at like month 3 and nothing is filled in on it. Once it rolls, you get it all over back, yeah. But you want to move fast, you know what I mean? And that comes with a team. This ain't me talking to you now, John. I'm kind of like talking to you. So don't think I'm talking about you or to you right now. But we have to like move fast. This is me talking to me, you know? And what that does is bring down your holding costs, and now you maximize what your end up profitability is, you know? Because you're doing this for whatever your level of freedom is. The money ain't necessarily the tool you have to, it's the freedom you that you get from the money, right? That's how we're doing this for, the level of freedom, whatever that look like individually. You know what I mean? So that's truly why I put vision right here, man. It's like important to have it. And know the stuff that's gonna come with it, but I promise you, all you gotta do is just bear it. What I call grin and bear it. Stay in a good mood, and other people trying to keep you in a bad mood, and you're gonna be all right, like legit. And then that just lead to what we're culminating up to, man. The wealth of it all. Wealth can mean financially, it can mean health, um, Because I think health is better than money, in my opinion. You know, if you don't have no health, I don't care what you got. Your dollar amount is insignificant if your health isn't there. You know what I mean? So I equate health with the wealth. Because so you want to, what is that? What is that man's name? Newton's law. A body in motion stays in motion. So that means as long as you moving and stuff like that, like you see older people like to still drive, they like to do stuff, and once they quit doing it, they say they pass away. You know what I mean? They get that life spark or whatever. I don't really go with that analogy like that for real because I believe that we have our date already set in stone, honestly, and the things you do just leads up to that date. But I do get what they're saying. But when you are keeping yourself active, you moving, you taking walks, stuff like that, that not only brings down the stress levels, but it also strengthens you. One of the things that I've seen with older people was their slips and falls, what end up leading to that their decline. And that's just coming from as you once you start working out, if you look at the bone density of a person that works out that's older as one compared to at the same age that does work out is bigger and the muscles around it is better. So it keeps them stabilized. They don't have those types of falls and stuff. So wealth has have to be tied to your health. 100%. You know what I mean? And then it leads to everything you can get to it. What I call getting to it and getting active. Gotta get active. And then, of course, when you think of the X, it's just the unknown, man. As you go out throughout this travels that we on, you're gonna come up to a lot of freaking unknowns, man. Whether it be people, whether it be deals, whether it be people have ulterior motives. Man, I had so many people ulterior motives that I done come across. It's crazy. Because I'm also like I will help you, and then people would befriend based off of that. Not really befriend, but just you know what I mean. I'm more for an open minded person, so I can just talk to anybody. But you'll realize like they either trying to use you, which I'm okay. Like use me up. I'm okay with being used because I want to be a person that serve anyway. But you can get to where it gets you to the point where it's just like, yeah, this thing is like not serving you either. You know, you gotta serve. You here to serve, but you also gotta serve yourself at the same time. You know what I mean? And that just means your bandwidth. That's what I mean by it. If your bandwidth is just getting stretched thin and you don't have it, bro, it's gonna mentally not have you there. You know, so you gotta find that balance. If you like listen, the privilege I had of being with some around my mentors and people is that I watch people that's been around them, not really around them like that anymore. You know, I don't know the backstories of it, but it got to have them to do with bandwidth. Always, it's no doubt about it. Something outgrowing or issues with each other, something, because you just don't do that. You know, it's not like a best friend. It's just like a business partner that is a friend. And then it outgrows, issues come arise. So you just want to watch out, like truly for those unknowns. And the why of it all is just that as time elevate, let me put this down, is yearly. As time go on, things gonna change. 100%. If you are, if you are doing all this to say the same, to stay the same, bro, you in the freaking wrong business. You basically wasting time. That's like the worst thing I can do. If you seen what I had them put on AIM, it talks about more. It basically saying more money in, less money out, focusing on your business and scaling it. That's what it boils down to, right? Because time, when you think of time, the money that you got coming just kicking out, kicking out, kicking out, it don't really bother you until you see how much you have accomplished in that time frame. If you wasted time, it's gonna hurt you. You're gonna be like, dang man, I done spent all this money on this stuff and I ain't even done nothing. Because you haven't been putting no output out. You've been wasting the time. It ain't the money, because you spent the money. You kept spending it on whatever you was doing. It wasn't that, it's the time. So if you ain't wasting time, I don't care. You don't have to go at a fast pace. You got to just be moving. doing something. This stuff that I do right here even helps me, you know, 100% in different ways too. It's the human connection. It's seeing people who showing up, no matter how small or how big it may go. But if I consistently do it, it'll consistently grow. I can be like, okay, I need to market like this because I may want to, because I have to market the software. I want people to know more about certified business pro because I know it's a freaking good for stuff that this stuff has come about because of what I've used. You see what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't have thought of certified business pro until I went through this and it wasn't good. You see what I'm saying? Or when I done my own LLCs and I went to Prime and I was like, oh, there's too much money. I don't know what the freak why this stuff costs that much. You know what I mean? I can't keep doing that. And I ain't done. I think I done like a 1 or 2 days at that point. You know what I mean? Right. So it keeps people from getting started. But yearly after yearly, man, focus and take stock of what it is that you are really, really, really getting accomplished, man. And that don't mean everybody have and when you think of business, some business owners have lean years. That's what they call it. I had a lean year, meaning their business wasn't doing what it normally does. You know what I mean? You may have that because the market shift. But the key is what have you set up to do for those lean years? Have you increased your spend or your overhead while you was increasing your financing? It don't work. Your finances want to increase, want to keep your overhead low. You want to stay small for as long as you can, so you can, when you are at that big, you can do whatever you want to on a larger scale, on a big scale. Just stay small long enough, and then you can live as large as you want to. That's basically what it is. And having that person there that want to sacrifice with you too, whether if it's a spouse, whether it's a partner, whether it's a friend that's like with you on this journey. Super, super freaking important. And the last one, and I wrote this because zero, right? When I think of a zero, it's a circle, right? And to me, that represents like completion. It's like a cipher, right? You ever notice we count to 9, then it go back to zero. It goes to 10 or 1 to the zero. It never is no number higher than 9. You know what I mean? So 9 is like completion. It's like the birth of something. Then this 10 is like it's the ceiling. It's like the cipher of something. It's like this whole complete circle. And that's how I look at stuff when I'm taking stock of something. Like it myself mainly, like legit. I'm always holding me accountable for stuff. When I feel, even when it ain't really on me, it's like, what was I doing that allowed that to be though? What allowed that person to even do that to me? What allowed them to act this way? What did I put off? Because I understand that energy is a real thing. You know, what you put out has to return. There's no doubt about it, right? That's the law. Those laws of the freaking universe that they call them are real. You know, and if you go on a deeper level, if you're religious, you'll see it in there too. And every religious text is inside of it. It just don't say law of harmony. It don't say law of attraction. But trust me, that's what it's talking about. It's just worded different. So the stuff that I do is me like, okay, this is gonna be like this is like a full circle moment when I get to like when an aim came about. That was something I mean like a vision from years ago, right? And I connected with people to try to do it that's already doing. I said, oh shoot, just let me plug in with you. I can give you my insights. I can try to market and get it out, but at the same time, let me let everybody else sharing it too if they will. That's why I created like I'm setting up the affiliate, right? Won't be a ton, but it's something to knock our costs down. You know what I mean? So we can pour back into the business more. And I say, okay, I can do group calls for the people. Because again, I wish I would have had this is stuff I wish I would have had when I first started, other than just one mentor. He wasn't even a mentor. This man is cold blooded crazy. Like I ain't gonna say his name, but man, you see him all over social media now. And the only thing he's doing is arguing with people, cussing women out and everything. You probably know who I'm talking about. if I say it. You know what I mean? This man crazy. He didn't even know nothing for real. He just did a couple of deals. That's how it used to be back then. Like everybody was popping up gurus because nobody knew wholesaling like that back then. This 2019, 2020. Yeah, it wasn't as popular as it is right now. You had Maxwell, you had all them guys, but it's not, it's like known now. It's like everybody, you know? It ain't like it was. So everybody could do this little stuff. So the affiliate and group calls and stuff like that, and it's helping um that right there is like integral to me because it's showing you what I'm doing, what's winning, and just emulate it. You know what I mean? Or don't emulate it. Do what you want to do on your scale, then go to the next thing you want to do. And then the another thing what brought this whole thing about more than anything is that I'm the community that's being created. Um, so what I'm gonna be doing, and I'm gonna one, two, three. This is recorded, so I got the names will be taken down for it. So the thing they started was at 24. I said 25 earlier, like 24.97. It's everything that we just talked about here and way, way more. I ain't even talking about it right now because it ain't even done. But what I'm looking to do is for like everybody that's on these initial calls like this, they will have an affiliate for that community too. Now you don't have to. Uh, you probably won't be in it because you are probably in higher level stuff anyway. But for bringing people in, it's me giving everybody 500 for everybody to come in. So it may say 24.97, but you getting the what is that 497, $500, whatever that equals up to. It goes to you all. You see what I'm saying? And that's something I talked in depth with Eliana. She ain't on here. A lot of the other ones ain't on here. Um, because they don't have to be. This is my own thing. But that's gonna be you're gonna hear me talk about when I market it, you'll see what I'm saying. It's gonna be basically everything that I've ever bought. That's basically what it is. And the reason why I know people won't take it serious, well, hold on, I'm not gonna say that. What you say is powerful. People would take it serious and they would join because of how I'm going to market it for one. So I'm a part of. Let me show you the. I'm gonna show you the communities I'm a part of. Astro, all these people I know, right? Asian investors. It's my man Ryan. Of course, so too. That's legendary. Just say these three right here. This consists of wholesale. This is agent wholesaling, and this is everything, right? My goal is to show you with this how to create this, right? While me showing you, like me doing it from scratch, you're gonna see what I built and how I built it, the whole thing. This one is kind of simple. We kind of do it. Well, it ain't really simple, but if you know Ryan, good dude, man. Yeah, he real cool with like Steve Trang and all them guys. That's his mentors. He came up under Jamil early on. He's one of like the first ones, the joint Astro, and he started his own thing. He basically do over a million just in just market to own market deals and wholesaling them. That's all they do. You don't do what we do in terms of marketing like that. And then of course you know what's up to it. It's just like a culmination of both of these in one. You know what I mean? So my goal is to break down what is wholesale. Well, they call it daisy chaining, but it's another word I'm gonna call it. But I don't want to confuse people. That's why I keep it like that. Then of course the agent outreach, and this is all, and of course creative. And when I say creative, that's so much. I mean, we went over a lot of it just now. We went over a lot of it just now. A lot of it, but it's way more. I didn't even like scratch the surface. So it's going to consist of an acquisition side and dispo. It's important for what you're going to do when you get it. You know what I mean? And then you can just be in the middle of this stuff too, right? You don't even have to. What's so cool about all of this stuff, man, is that you literally don't have to do None of this stuff that I've been talking about on here make money. That's what's so crazy. It's just that you have relationships with people. That's it. That's what it comes down to. When you have relationships and you have access to certain deals and you don't have to do a lot. It just depends on what you want for yourself and where you see yourself at. Cause that's a hustle. Wholesaling is you hustling. You know what I mean? And you can set it up towards a business. Case in point, Keegley. I look at Jamil as like the best wholesaler in the country. I've yet to see somebody franchise wholesale. That's like legendary in my eyes. He literally created franchises out of wholesale, and people bought them. Keegley, that's all it is. It's a dispo house. It's a wholesaling company. That's different. So I look at him as like the top of the top when it comes to wholesale. No doubt about it. But this I have like everything that it's way more the acquisition side, the dispo side, all the different strategies that come with it. It's so many I can get into. How you can just place yourself in deals, how you just can build up buyers lists as well as wholesaling lists and get deals, and the way you talk to people. That's super important. So it's a sales side that's gonna be inside of here as well. Because of course, like what I was just telling you earlier today, how and why I talk to people and what and why I'm saying what I'm saying. I'm basically making him turn into the buyer when and they trying to sell me their homes. I flip the roles when I'm talking to people. And that's kind of what I'm gonna get into as well. And then it's gonna branch off into like the money side. That's when the guys it's one of the guys that does a lot of lending, bridge loans and stuff like that. And you want to come in and kind of show like how he's making money and how you can literally do the same thing, just getting connected with certain people. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna talk about that in probably in the next couple weeks. It's been packaged and all of that. But all of that is just to be 24.97. And that's the cost of like contracts and team. That's it. It's literally what it's for. And maintaining. So when you have, I don't know if y'all know this. So when you have stuff like a Kajabi and all that stuff, it's a fee attached to that. That's why you hear pay sometimes say, "Yeah, I lost 40,000 on Gator last month," because they spent so much in ads and they get a lot of more people in. You know, so that's what he's talking about. It ain't like they just losing like that every time. But if you spend, you don't get it in. That's why they lose because you got to pay for the platforms and the marketing. How I'm trying to do is that I rather give a portion of this away and then keep it low still rather than go higher. Like my man for agent outreach, agent it's called agent investors. This one, this is 5,000 for like the low thing. No, it was high. It was diamond tier then because I got it when he first done it. It was called diamond, and it was 5 grand. I don't know if it's something higher or not. And then it's a lower tier. Astro the same thing. Just I forgot what Astro is, and then you know what sub two is already. You know, I'm not trying to do all of it honestly. Because the people I want to affect is those who can't really pay for 10 grand, but have the, I can say the mentality to want to do something other. They want more, you know. They just don't have the money right now. So what I'm gonna do is say, hey, if you want to go up into say the sub twos, I wouldn't say Astro or nothing like that, but I would say sub two. I would give them like a link to join or something like that. Um, because it's like 17,000 people. You know what I mean? But literally, and I'm not pace too, right? So that's the benefit of you joining sub two. More people and you got access space. So that's on the horizon. But for right now, it's just me trying to get the software to move and trying to just do more of this stuff. Um and get more quick. I literally had a whole nother thing that I was gonna do, like going through deals, like working sub two, how to find what to talk and all of that. But literally due to just what happened in the last couple of days, like man, I'm gonna switch this. And I think it's more effective we just have a conversation, and I just try to figure out, and I just go through like an alphabet of different things that goes with real estate. So hope it was pretty cool. It was fun to me. It's literally 9:30. I think we did good on time. Y'all literally sat here with me for 4 hours, man. Y'all don't know how grateful I am that y'all did that. I can't freaking express, excuse me. I can't even talk no more. I don't get tired. What that means to me. Like truly. That y'all actually sat here with me the entire time. There's only one person went off, and that was Max, because Max was asleep. Max was about to go to sleep. But y'all hung in there. I definitely appreciate it. I hopefully I can see y'all in other things that I'm doing. And yeah, man. The goal is to get you all going, and then it just be a thing that we just do stuff together. That's it. Like you have your tribe. It's basically what it is. You have a whole tribe. But the thing that I'm gonna do for the community, man, that thing is like overload. The stuff I have wrote down, the mindset stuff, because that's important. I didn't even get in that because there's gonna be more as a whole section of that. When you first started, the first thing you're gonna talk about in that thing is mindset and certain books. Like legit, if you can, what is it? Audible, right? Get Audible and just listen to certain books or read. You know what I mean? I don't know if y'all can see behind it, but I got everything behind me. Legit. From religious to business to healing stuff, everything is on this freaking thing behind me. It ain't but so many books I haven't opened up because they ain't mine. They're my wife. I don't want to read that stuff. You know what I mean? But other ones, 100%. I done dove off into them. Yeah. So I encourage the same thing that y'all do, man. Self-development important. I hope to see you all the next time. Um, Hopefully y'all sign up for one of the things because I got some cool stuff for there. I'm gonna dig more into it because that's more personable. You know what I mean? It's more like geared toward what if it's the comping ebook people that signs up for that, or the course is not out yet, but it's going to be. But yeah, I'm gonna give a an affiliate for people that to whoever. It's gonna be a. I don't think I'm opening up to everybody in terms of affiliate because that's me. Like you, like who in sub to? I think all y'all in sub to, except Anna. I don't know, but you wouldn't. I don't know. You may come in there. I didn't join stuff I shouldn't have joined. But I'm not saying you won't join me and it ain't worth it. 100%. It's gonna definitely be worth it. But certain people won't. But I still want to get y'all who've been with me this entire time the ability to have people come in and get money for doing so. That can be a whole hustle for you. I don't know if y'all realize that it's people that's all they do is affiliate, and they make bank every month just from affiliates, from sub two, from different communities and stuff. They just send people in there. So this was cool. I gotta go eat something. I'm going to sleep. I appreciate y'all, man. I'm about to cook me some Taco Tuesday, and it's 9:30. I ain't no good. Appreciate you all. Appreciate you, Sean, Elizabeth, Jalen, Anna, my man Johnny. I send in that contract tomorrow too, Johnny, so we can see if we can get some Monet. And we get to it. All right. Appreciate y'all.
I appreciate y'all.
Later. Okay, let me shut this off for my YouTube folk. Appreciate y'all hanging out. And we're out of here. So I appreciate y'all coming and hanging out. I'm gonna put this as a replay. I may have to edit it. because I got that address up there. But I hope this was beneficial. Hope to see you all on the next stuff. Join my community, get this software, man. It's a game changer. It's helping me tremendously, man. I wish I would have dove more into it today, but I have time on some other stuff, man. I wanted to really focus on the people. So the next time, deuces and stay loose, man. Stay getting to it.